Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 3 of our virtual biennial, the Global Jamaica Biennial Diaspora Conference. It's day number 3, and we welcome you to our online virtual conference. So this is a time, go ahead, call a friend, let a friend know that the conference is on. So please go ahead, like and share. I've seen you guys been very active in the chat. So I want to commend and thank you all for being so active in the chat. Let me say a wonderful good evening to Ransford Smith. How are you? Let me say good evening to you. Alyssa Abu, how are you? Good evening. A special good evening to Yvonne Riley. Yvonne Riley, good evening to you and welcome. And of course, Beat and Teach, saying hello to DJ Easy Jerk. And good evening also to every one of you over here. Let me say a wonderful good evening to Violet Watson. How are you today, Violet? Thank you for being here. What I want you to do is just let me know if you can hear me. And if you can hear me clearly, then I would have accomplished my first initial task, which is to make sure you can hear me and we can communicate. So good evening. All right. So Faye Lyons, how are you today? Good evening to you. It's so good to see you coming out to our conference this evening. Pleasure having you. Loud and clear from Ranston. Appreciate it. Sir, I thank you. All right. I like that. All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Merlin, how are you today? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. On day number 3, Big J, 64. Very interesting name. Good evening to you. And thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys can hear me loud and clear. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody said manners and respect. Wonderful evening to you. Such a pleasure having you. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. I thank you all for being here and for participating in our conference this evening. Today promises to be a wonderful evening. As most of you know, I am a former police officer and I've always been interested in law enforcement, always have been interested in national security. Well, today will be the day you get to hear from some amazing speakers who will be talking on the subject of national security. So it's day number 3 of our conference. So again, I'm asking you to go ahead and call everyone you know to participate and share this live. So I want to thank you all. Also want to thank the Mequi Talk community, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, and everyone streaming over there on the Mequi Talk platform. Welcome to the Diaspora Conference, and thank you for being part of this great conversation. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have our first speaker who will be coming up to start the presentation of our conference. And I'm super excited and I'm thrilled to be able to do the introduction of our first speaker. Our first speaker today, for those of you who do not have the schedule, is Dr. Anthony Clayton, and I will be reading a little bit about him. Professor Anthony Clayton is a doctor. He is a professor at the Professor of Caribbean Sustainable Development at University of the West Indies. He is also a visiting professor in the School of Engineering at the University of Surrey. He is a fellow at the Caribbean Academy of Sciences. And let me also bring our speaker to the stage as he gets ready to start, as we do his bio. He's a fellow at the Caribbean Academy of Sciences, a fellow at the World Academy of Sciences. He has also an order of distinction in the rank of a commander. Now, these are some of the relevant engagement of Dr. Anthony Clayton. One, he is a lead author of the intelligence-led policy strategy for Jamaica. He's an advisor to U.S. Southcom, Trade and Strategic Alliance of the Caribbean. The lead author of Jamaica National Security Plan, subsequently used as a model to develop CARICOM crime and security strategies securing the region. He led a full operation review of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, assessed the citizen security in the Caribbean for the Commonwealth Secretariat, led policy review for Jamaica development of the correctional services, is an advisor to U.S. Northcom, currently serve as the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee for Jamaica. Now, he has been very busy moving around, and we would like to tell you some of the places our great professor have been in recent times. Professor Anthony Clayton has been a presenter at the U.S. Naval War College. He also was a keynote speaker addressing senior U.S. military in North American Aerospace Defense Command and the United States North Command at Patterson Space Force Base in 2022. He's also the keynote speaker for the U.S. military and the government leader at the first annual 2022 Homeland Defense Awareness Symposium at the United States Air Force Academy, again in 2022. He has also moderated the U.S. Southcom Forum for the Caribbean Chief of Defense and Commissioner of Police at CANSEC 2023. A presenter also at the U.S. Army War College in 2024. And of course, Professor Anthony Clayton is also our security expert speaking here at our conference at the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference Day 3. Professor Anthony Clayton, welcome to our Diaspora Conference. How are you today, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm good. I hope you are too. And thank you very much for inviting me. It's a real honor.
Absolutely, Professor Clayton. And we are super excited to hear all the amazing things that you would like to teach us and share with these people from across the diaspora and, in fact, across the world concerning security and Jamaica and also the Caribbean. At this time, we'll turn the floor over to you, sir, and we will be at the edge of our seats, fully engaged in your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
I think we can.
You can? Very good.
Is that the one on the screen? Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to join you. I'm going to talk briefly about some of the problems, not just in Jamaica, but also in the region. Now, excuse me, as you probably know, we live in the region with the highest rate of violent crime in the world. That's Central America and the Caribbean. If you look at this map here, every country that you see with a red arrow is in the world's top 10 for homicide. The countries with a blue arrow, marked with a blue arrow, are in the world's top 20 for homicide. So we have the majority, 8 out of 10 of the world's most violent countries in our region. Now, the reasons we have, there's some underlying factors that we share. One of them is that there have been serious challenges with governance and with law enforcement, that there's substantial profits being made in a variety of different forms of criminal activity, including narcotics and weapons trafficking, extortion, and increasingly cybercrime. There's ready availability of weapons. There's some deep-rooted and long-standing social and economic problems. And there are also quite serious challenges in our systems of governance, including obviously high-level corruption and others which have compromised our systems of government themselves. Now, one country, I'm sure you know, recently came off this list. El Salvador moved from having the highest homicide rate in the world to a homicide rate that's actually comparable with the United States, about 5 or 5.5 per 100,000. which it did by the simple expedient of locking up every gang member in the country. Now, that's a policy which has had a lot of interest across the Caribbean, but it's one which actually presents some serious difficulties in terms of potential human rights violations. So we've not, as yet, decided to adopt that particular option here. But to give you an idea of how severe the problem in Jamaica is, this was the homicide rate in the parish of St. James at the end of 2016. It reached 140 per 100,000, which was off the scale. This is where Montego Bay is located, our major tourism resort area. For the sake of comparison, at about the same time, the homicide rate in the government-controlled areas of Afghanistan was about a quarter of that. So you would have been 4 times safer in Kabul than you would have been in the Montego Hills. It's extraordinary but true that when you live with the world's highest, or one of the highest levels of homicide for many decades, you start to think it's normal. You start to internalize that. We pick up our paper in the morning, we read about another half dozen or a dozen homicides over the weekend, and we forget this is not normal. This is not true of most countries in the world. This is only true of maybe 20 countries in the world. And the disparity is widening because since the mid-1980s, homicide rates globally have been trending down, other than in war zones. And there are only 20 countries of which that is not true, of which Jamaica is one. So we know that there are what we call crimogenic factors, crime-generating factors, which are keeping our rate of violent crime exceptionally high. So this evening, I'd like to think a little bit about what some of those factors might be. There's a range of underlying problems. One is we have pockets of entrenched poverty. We live in a country with high levels of inequality. And a lot of the problems overlap. So you have people growing up in some of our poor communities who do not have good access to good education. Many of them leave school without qualification.
Please stand by.
And then there are very few legitimate jobs, and the erosion of the government's moral legitimacy. Then, of course, you end up in this cycle because where you have high levels of violence, it's an effective deterrent to investment, which then perpetuates the economic underdevelopment of these communities. Ready availability of weapons, the shiny new ones coming from the United States predominantly, but we have a fairly active trade, ganja for guns coming from Haiti, estimated 300 to 500,000 unlicensed weapons in Haiti. So there's no, we have had homicides dragging on for 10, 12 more years, by which time the witnesses are dead or have been intimidated or murdered, or their memories unreliable. Now, this is being addressed. This is slowly and painfully being reformed, but we're not there yet. The police force for many years has been in dire need of modernization. This, for the first time, was addressed very energetically by our last Commissioner of Police, Tony Anderson. And this challenge has been taken up by the Commissioner of Police who's just taken over, Dr. Kevin Blake. And I'm very optimistic now that we are going to end up in the fairly near future. I think it's still going to take 2 to 3 years, but we are going to end up with the modern and much more efficient and effective police force that we've needed for so long. But of course, many of these problems are not problems that can be solved by policing alone. These are governance challenges, there's social challenges, medical challenges, economic challenges, and so on. So in order to solve these problems, we need something that we've never been very good at doing, and that is integrated policy, or what is sometimes known as joined up government. This rarely happens in Jamaica, it's unfortunate. To give you an idea of the impact of crime and corruption on the economy of Jamaica, we've quantified this several different ways. This charts the impact of the point at which we descended into violence, which rates of growth. In the early 1970s, we saw the development of the political use of violence. Both of our two main parties got involved in drug run and running guns, arming their respective factions. We had a wave of human and capital flight, went into a 13-year recession. Came out, went back in, came out, went back in. That's been the pattern ever since. So since that happened, since we did that to ourselves, our economic growth rate has not been 4.5%, it's been under 1%. We moved from one of the highest growth rates in the world, the sort of growth rate that very few countries have ever achieved, to be one of the most long-running economic underperformances anywhere in the world. That is the effect of domestic violence and civil war. It's a fairly characteristic impact. And that is pretty much exactly what happened to Jamaica. Now, we tried to estimate the cost to the economy of Jamaica. We calculated this several different ways as well. One was to say, well, if we had simply maintained the same growth rate as the other economies in the Caribbean, where would we be today? And given that we were starting from a stronger position than most of the other economies, then today we estimate that Jamaica would be approximately 3 times wealthier than it is now. But in fact, we were on a very similar growth trajectory to Singapore until the early 1970s. And the only difference is that Singapore did not descend into internal politically directed violence, and they continued to grow at the same rate. If we had done that, if we had continued on a similar growth path to Singapore, then today the economy of Jamaica would be from 10 to 11 times bigger than it is now. And we would actually be one of the richest per capita, richest countries in the world. So when we talk about the extraordinary impact of crime and corruption on Jamaica, this is really what we're looking at. It's the transformation of Jamaica's growth rate from being one of the highest in the world to being one of the lowest in the world. And this can be pretty directly attributed to the political use of violence, the wave of human skill, human capital flight, and financial and the flight of a lot of the people assets, and the loss of the skills and the associated skills and capital. And since then, we have had what we have to characterize as a low trust society, and low trust also has a range of social consequences. So today, if you look at the pattern of crime in Jamaica, it can be broadly organized into two groups. There's violence, which has a very distinct logic of its own and does not follow the characteristic pattern of any other form of crime, because it has its own internal dynamic. It's not fundamentally about economic gain. A lot of it is about blood feuds and retaliatory violence, as well as fights to control areas of criminal activity in geographical areas. And then we have the economic crimes, and these are the ones predominantly for profit, but they may, of course, involve intimidation and violence. And this is really the primary beneficiaries are not the street guys. This is public sector. You tend to find them in procurement, contracting, and construction. There's a thriving sector now built up around the cybercrime scamming industry. And there are people who, including lawyers and apparently respectable business people, who have made substantial sums of money in assisting the criminals to launder the proceeds of crime. Our politicians, sorry, let me just jump back 1 second. When our politicians talk about we need to do something about crime, they are typically talking about only about this side. They don't focus primarily on this side because, of course, some of them are also involved on that side. And that matters for reasons which I'll come on to in a few minutes. And when you look for the predictors of crime, well, surprisingly, there's actually very little predictive value in poverty. People think poverty causes crime. Well, actually, no. There's very little evidence that it does. We have poor communities with very low levels of violence and poor communities with high levels of violence. And it's pretty clearly not the poverty that causes the violence. But where we do find a stronger correlation between violent crime is with high levels of inequality in society in conjunction with a high level of perceived unfairness. Now, this is where you have a situation where the elite are perceived as being above the law. And this is a problem in a country where we have, I think, only once sent a politician to jail since independence. And this is in spite of the fact that we have some absolutely egregious, open and shut cases of politicians being implicated in major scandals and financial frauds. And these cases, by and large, have never come to court. So in a situation where very powerful people who do not have to do so. And this too is a very important part of our problem. So let's go a little bit deeper into the corruption side. We have a wealth of studies on the subject, and these are some of the main conclusions. That where you have high levels of corruption in a society, people do not trust government. They don't trust state institutions. And this actually helps to make the problem worse because it makes a country more susceptible to crime. And if, as we were just saying, the corrupt are seen to be above the law, the government forfeits its moral authority. So it's not no longer a matter of what is right and wrong. It's simply a matter of what you can get away with. And you can certainly find that attitude. We're just completing a large study on electricity theft in Jamaica. And there are many people, maybe 20-25% of JPS's customers, who are not paying for their power. And they actually feel this is morally justified. They think this is what you have to do in a deeply corrupt society. So when you have people perceiving and believing that they live in a corrupt society, when they have very low levels of trust of institutions, then they start to feel that theft is morally okay, and then you get high levels of theft. So the existence of corruption is what really fundamentally destroys social cohesion. And then you get this strange political outcome where politicians on both sides of the house profess to care deeply about corruption. But in some cases, not all, we do have some very honest, brave, and incorruptible politicians in Jamaica. But there are still corrupt people on both sides of the house. And they are protected by this unwritten code, which is that no senior politician ever goes to jail or has to repay the funds that they've stolen. Now, one of the interesting insights into the economy in Jamaica comes from the International Monetary Fund, who pointed out that you get systematic distortion of public spending in countries that have a problem with corruption. And the reason is as follows. Corrupt politicians like large public spending programs where they can skim a percentage. So corrupt politicians like spending money on things like big construction projects because they can get a percentage back on that. And they spend less on teachers and healthcare workers. So what that means, and this is systematic across a wide number of many countries, that you see that spending on education and health is a lot lower in countries at otherwise equal levels of development where corruption is high. The effect is that educational standards, health status, and these are the fundamental underpinnings of economic productivity, are low and remain low in corrupt countries. Now, let's put this on a graph. It's easier to see this way. Over here, we have rich countries, advanced economies. Over here, we have the emerging market economies. And here we have the low-income countries. And the light blue ones are the countries with low levels of corruption. And the dark blue are with high levels of corruption. And this is the total percentage of total public spending on education and healthcare. And as you can see, there's a big difference between clean countries and corrupt countries. They spend a third less on education and healthcare. But spending money on education is the only way that you move out of the low income or middle income bracket. If you don't invest in your human capital, the country does not become rich, or it does not become rich. The people don't become rich. An elite can become rich, but not the mass of the people, because they are poorly educated and cannot participate effectively in the modern economy. So the fact that politicians like spending government money on highways and not on school teachers actually is lucrative for them in the short term, but it fundamentally erodes a country's long-term development potential. Now, where you have high levels of corruption in the public sector, unfortunately, it also drives up corruption in the private sector, because the contracts tend to go to those companies who are willing to pay to play. Now, we have seen contracts go to companies who bid substantially more than the company that lost the bid. So how is it that a company that is bidding 1/3 more to get the contract gets the contract? Well, we suspect that that is because that is the company that is willing to pay off the relevant minister. And we have also seen contracts, especially in construction, go to companies where major criminals are the owners or the beneficial owners. And it has been absolutely astonishing, but true, to discover that public works contracts are one of the major sources of revenue for some of our biggest criminals. In other countries, it would be impossible for somebody who was a known active criminal to be winning tenders for public works. But unfortunately, in Jamaica, that can still happen. Then what tends to happen is if the company gets the bid, their price is typically then adjusted upwards after they get the contract. It's hidden in cost overruns, or they can improve their profit margin by reducing the quality of work and materials. So the taxpayer actually gets robbed twice. First of all, contract did not go to the company paying the most economical bid. And second, you get a poorer quality product. One study done by one of my former students looked at every major public construction and investment project in Jamaica over 40 years and found that on average there was something round about a 100% cost overrun. Pretty much all of these projects came in on average at double the projected cost. Every one of these projects promised to make a substantial and long-term improvement to our rate of GDP growth. She found that the actual success rate was close to zero. So most of these projects actually contributed very little to our GDP growth. But it's actually worse than that. Because where we have corruption, we can also get quite unnecessary expenditure. For example, we get a sports ground or a bus station built in the wrong place, which remains almost entirely unused, but the politician gets a kickback anyway. And then, as we were saying earlier, corruption actually makes it lucrative to do inferior quality work, because the same firm, it's amazing but true, that the same firm can then get another contract to repair the road or whatever it was that they built badly in the first place. So we actually end up getting robbed 3 times. First of all, we paid more than we need to. Second, we got inferior quality infrastructure. And third, we end up paying for repairs that should have been unnecessary. Now, there is this myth that corruption is a victimless crime. It isn't. The money raised by governments is what we use to pay for schools, hospitals, roads, power, water, policing, and national security. So if our funds are misappropriated or squandered, then there are fewer books in schools, there's less equipment in hospitals, and poor maintenance for roads. So corruption is not a victimless crime. It can actually leave entire nations in a condition of relative poverty and suffering. One big project which was studied by one of my colleagues at the university was a World Bank program to build schools in Jamaica in the 1980s. He estimates that about half of that money was stolen, most of it by a man who migrated and now lives in Canada. So what do we have 3 decades later? We have 1/3 of our children failing grade 4 literacy test and 60% failing basic numeracy test. We only got half the schools that we should have done. And that money was stolen. So you make 1 or 2 individuals very rich and the entire population suffers. So many of these children end up with no qualifications or skills, and they have very little chance of a decent life after that. Now, recent surveys have found that about 3/4 of the entire population of Jamaica believe that half or more of our politicians are corrupt. But that public confidence in our democratic institutions is declining. We only have now approximately 30% of the electorate who bother to turn out to vote because they are so disaffected and so cynical. We estimate we lose around about 100 billion Jamaican dollars a year from the national economy due to crime and corruption. And corruption is identified by external reports as one of the most problematic factors for doing business in Jamaica. So this really is a major impediment to our development. So a lot of our most serious problems, including poor educational outcomes, obstinately low productivity and high rates of crime, all of them are linked to an entrenched culture of corruption. And I've told you, I've already shared with you the estimates that we believe that the economy is now somewhere between 1/3 and 1/10 of the size that it should have been, had we not endured about 5 decades of high levels of crime and corruption. We know what we need to do to fix this. First and foremost, we have to end the culture of impunity. The law has to be it has to be above everybody. Even the most powerful in the land cannot be above the law, which at the moment they effectively are. How do we get there? We have to look at ways to improve our governance and financial transparency. Why don't we publish detailed government accounts, contracts, salaries? These people are receiving taxpayer dollars, and yet a lot of things like salaries are not necessarily disclosed. As you probably know, we have half a dozen members of parliament who haven't filed their statutory declarations. Why is it not an offence to fail to file your statutory declarations? And we do not have proper enforcement. We do not have the corrective mechanisms to get corrupt people out of the system. And so, of course, they are still there. We know we need to build out our existing proceeds of crime legislation. And the one we're really pushing for now is the introduction of unexplained wealth orders to Jamaica, and to ensure that attorneys cannot be paid from the proceeds of crime. Again, astonishing but true, that if you're in the UK or the US and you get into trouble with the law, you cannot pay your attorney from the proceeds of your bank robbery. But until very recently,
This is Make We Talk Breaking News. We interrupt this program to bring you a special item of news just in. We interrupt this program to bring you a very special item of news just into our news center. That there has been reports are that there has been an earthquake that has been felt in several sections of Jamaica a short while ago. We interrupt this program to bring you a very special item of news. There has been an earthquake that has been felt in several sections of Jamaica. In Trelawney, it was a magnitude of 4.4 magnitude earthquake that was felt in some section of Jamaica. That's news just coming into our news center. We interrupt this program to bring you a very special item of news. This is Make We Talk Breaking News.
So we have to be able to go after this group as well. They are the key to the ability of a criminal network to function. And if we take them out, it degrades the entire criminal network. So a couple of years ago, I was involved in a team that wrote the National Crime Consensus Plan. And these are some of the points that we put in it. And this is something that both of our two main parties signed. and the Governor General put in his speech, throne speech for Jamaica. Everybody signed up to this. We agreed that nobody is above the law, that there shall be no immunity or impunity from prosecution for a serious crime or corrupt act. And just to make clear that corruption is a criminal offense, that the political parties would repudiate and reject any links to gangs or other organizations involved in criminal activity, that any member of parliament, any senator, any minister found guilty or complicity in corruption or in facilitating criminal activity would be subjected to criminal charges. That all members of public boards who actually control something like a third of all government spending shall be appointed not on the basis of their being friends of the minister, but on the basis of merit, relevant experience and qualifications. And all government contracts would be monitored to ensure that funds do not reach organized crime networks. We also strengthened this by saying that any company that was found guilty of corruption should be disbarred permanently, along with their principals, from bidding on any future government contracts. And legislation to introduce unexplained wealth orders. Now, this is a situation where somebody is on a known or modest income and yet has somehow mysteriously accumulated vast wealth. In Jamaica, they cannot be asked to explain where that wealth came from. Unexplained wealth orders gives the police the power to ask them to provide some paperwork to demonstrate where that wealth came from. And if they are unable or unwilling to do so, that the courts may be empowered to conclude that it probably represents the proceeds of crime and therefore subject to further investigation and possibly seizure at the end. We wanted to introduce additional legislation to ensure that attorneys could not be paid from the proceeds of crime, that client-attorney privilege cannot be extended to conceal money laundering, that any attorney found guilty of collusion or money laundering should also be subject to criminal charges where applicable. And this is based on the law that's been in place in Italy since the early 1980s, giving courts the power to seize the goods of persons involved in criminal activity, money laundering, and those involved in helping them to conceal their assets. So this is taking out now not just the criminals, but also the facilitators of organized crime. So we've been working on the crime consensus plan for 2 or 3 years. We took stock recently. The good news is that we have made substantial progress on about 70, 75% of the key performance indicators, the targets that we put in. The heart of the problem is that we have made almost zero progress on all of the agreed goals that relate to corruption. And this is what tells us that we are now close to the heart of the problem, that we have people who have been strongly resisting these measures, which would have the effect of cleaning up public life in Jamaica, strengthening and improving our governance, and severing the links between politics and organized crime once and for all. Thank you very much for taking the time and inviting me to be with you this evening. If you wish, we could take a little time for discussion, question and answer. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I'm so sorry, Mr. President. I'm not hearing you.
My apologies. Is this any better?
Much.
Yes. I just want to commend you for a wonderful presentation. I would, I was saying to you that the audience was putting in some amazing comments, and I'm going to open it up to the panelists. We do have the panelists coming in, and I would like to bring them to the stage now. We're going to bring in Dr. Rupert Francis. We're also going to bring in Herb Nelson, and I see 2 other participants. I'm waiting for their cameras to be turned on before I bring them to the stage. But before our panelists join us, here is Will. Before our panelists join us, I do have a few questions from the presentation that you make. And also, before our panelists start, I'd just like to ask you 3 questions, and then I'll turn over to the panel. Number 1, what are your thoughts on politicians handling senior police officers? And the reason for my question, when I serve in the constabulary force, I have seen situations where politicians make a phone call, and a superintendent will, or a high-level officer will call and say, hey, don't do anything on that, leave it alone, or here are some directives, follow this directive, and then you hear nothing else from the case. What is your experience dealing with that? That's question 1. I have a few more, and then I'll bring in the panel.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard about it, and I've heard some first-hand reports as well. But I don't think it's nearly as prevalent now as it used to be. I know one police officer told me that he was he was involved in a financial investigation, and the trail led directly to a senior politician. And his boss said, you cannot go any further with this. And if you do, there are going to be career-limiting consequences. A few days later, he was actually transferred out of that unit. So that kind of thing absolutely used to happen. However, I think that the police force has toughened up significantly. It's much more professional. And we've had people like, big change happened when Tony Anderson came across. He is not the sort of guy who would tolerate that for a moment. And he would take any steps necessary to make sure that any politician who attempted to influence an investigation would probably face justice themselves. We've had some good commissioners. I'm very confident that Dr. Kevin Blake will be very much in the same mold. You need to have good people in your institutions. You need to build that corruption, that incorruptibility into the police force. We're not there yet. I know we've still got, within recent years, we've still had some corrupt cops, but they are now gradually being grandfathered out of the force. And I have a lot more confidence in the future than I've ever had before.
Thank you. Also, you mentioned the 0% progress in those KPI related indicators, and something to the effect of the unexplained wealth orders. If Jamaican economy could have been, it's only 1/3 or 1/10, depending on this model you're looking at, of its potential, how do you see the future, knowing that there are unexplained wealth orders that should be implemented, and politicians are not signing on to these corruption documents? What are your thoughts? You've been going around teaching, and you've been lecturing on this issue for a while. How do you see the future?
Well, this is something that we're trying to achieve in the Crime Consensus Committee. But it's actually, it's really quite remarkable that we've actually high office who are involved in venal corrupt activities, and some of it is very, very hard to prove, as I'm sure you know. But we will keep pushing. We got sort of far away when we went into the IMF agreement, because our part of the IMF agreement included anti-crime measures. I know because I actually helped to write that section of the IMF agreement. So the government was then absolutely obligated to pursue those anti-crime measures, and our next tranche of IMF funding depended on being able to demonstrate progress with the anti-crime measures. So sometimes you get opportunities like that, where you can link in external obligations or sometimes internal commitments and make the government sign up to agreements which, however painfully and reluctantly, they're obliged to do something. Of course, once these things are in place, they just become part of the furniture. The hard part is getting them built into our institutions, which is the stage that we're struggling with now.
Thank you, Professor. All right, I'm going to hold off my next question. Actually, it was on the IMF, and it's a simple one. Maybe you can get it or you can attack it later on. But are there restrictions from the IMF and or the World Bank against public policy programs, for example, like schools or hospitals or certain social fabric kind of programs when a loan is given are acquired by the country?
Well, there are some, there's quite a lot of conditions about, for example, the bidding process. And we were going to get a very large loan to finance a major energy project in Jamaica. And the bidding process was compromised. And it was very clearly compromised. The relevant minister stepped in at the last minute after the bid had been decided and said, oh no, don't want it to go to those guys. I want it to go to this firm here. Now I looked up the firm that he wanted it to go to, based in Australia. They had been under investigation by the financial press for the previous 3 years. This was basically a very dodgy operation. And the bank took one look at this and said, we are pulling all the funding for this. And the minister then had to, he lost responsibility for the project. He was very clearly trying to ensure that this vast billion-dollar project went to his friends, and the bank pulled the plug. Now, if it had not been for the fact that this was bank financed, then it might have gone through. So there are times when it is in fact a great strength to have an external partner with conditionalities and principles, proper governance principles about how the management of the bidding process. Because that way you can actually get some accountability in ways that you can't otherwise.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to bring in Dr. Rupert Francis as he chime in on the conversation and have any questions or comments for you. Go ahead, Doc, you're on mute.
Okay, yeah.
I think we're having some technical challenges with Dr. Rupert. Let us go ahead and bring in Herb Nelson. He's a chair for crime and security. And Herb, how are you today? Any questions for Professor? Wait,
Dr.
having some technical
before you go, I'm sorry to butt in.
Let us go ahead and bring in
but we're having
Herb
a
Nelson. He's a chair for
we're
crime
hearing you
security.
2 times, and I think that's why Dr. Francis is waiting
Herb,
on you.
how are you today? Any
we're hearing you 2
questions
times.
for Professor? Wait,
Dr.
having some technical
before you go, I'm
challenges
sorry
with
to
Dr.
butt
Rupert.
in.
Let us go ahead and bring in
but we're having
Herb
a
Nelson.
feedback.
He's a chair for
We're
crime
hearing you 2
security.
times, and I think that's why Dr. Francis.
Jeffrey, I had to mute you because I think yours is coming in twice. My apologies. But Herb, please
Okay,
proceed.
can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Professor, how you doing? Pleasure finally meeting you, at least not in person.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, you work very well with a protege of mine, one Dexter Dixon, who headed the HSI office at the embassy in Jamaica. Let me say this, pertaining to one of his key investigations, which was led to the disenfranchisement of several U.S. visas. And the key one that I want to key on is that of the Vaz family, right? Visas. Why, when visas are taken away from senior personnel in government or in the security forces, why isn't there not an investigation locally launched based on those factors to determine whether or not Jamaican laws were actually violated?
Right. Actually, we probably need need a lot longer than we've got to go into the details. But so let me just try and come back very briefly. When the US denies a visa, they take the view that they're not obligated to explain why they're denying the visa, as I'm sure you know. And in some cases, I mean, normally it's because there's adverse traces in that they have strong reason to believe that somebody who's involved in some serious criminal activity, they would not deny a visa to somebody who's actually a serving member of a government of another country without compelling reason. You would think that that would be sufficient to trigger a domestic investigation. But we have had very strong cases. We had a case of a firm, UK firm, which was put on trial in the UK and admitted to paying bribes in a number of countries. And they named the Jamaican politicians who had taken money and all the details, sums involved, date of transfer, everything. And even with that absolutely clear-cut evidence in a transcript from a criminal trial, the decision was taken not to prosecute the people in Jamaica. You can never underestimate the capacity of the system that we've built here to defend senior politicians. You'll remember when the United States requested the extradition of Tavares, and the Prime Minister actually used public funds to engage a lawyer to defend Tavares and to resist the extradition request. Not just Jamaica. We have Jack Warner in Trinidad, the ex-FIFA guy, former Minister of National Security there, made the mistake, allegedly, of transiting one of his bribes, allegedly, through a US-based bank, possibly not realizing that this gives the US jurisdiction. They requested his extradition. He's still in Trinidad. These people are well defended, and the local, and it's really tragic, and this hurts, but it is clearly still the case that it is effectively impossible to bring these people to justice here in Jamaica. What they are terrified of is extradition to the United States, because there they have no control, none. You have a guy like Dudas. Now, if we had put him on trial here in Jamaica, all the witnesses would have been murdered. He would have walked out of court, if it had ever come to trial, and probably sued for damages to his reputation. He ends up instead in the Southern District of New York, and he's as meek as a lamb because he has no control. He cannot threaten, bribe, intimidate, have people murdered. So the painful truth is that our systems of justice are not strong enough to take these people down. And that is why they take signs of displeasure from the US in particular very, very seriously.
Dr. Francis? Dr. Francis, can you hear us? Your mic is already on mute. Can you press the unmute button, Dr. Rupert? It says you locked it. There you go. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you too. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, Dr. Clayton, thank you for this. Really,
I'm going to go ahead. We're going to bring in Mr. Rattigan until Dr. Rupert resolves his technical issues. Well, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dr. Clayton, nice seeing you again.
Hey, Will, how are you? Great to see you.
Likewise, my friend. Now, I have so many questions, I don't know where to start. First of all, let me apologize for being late.
You can always call later, Will. You know, you have
Let me apologize to the audience and to the panelists and to the moderator for being late. I'm in a travel status and started out late, got to my destination late. So please accept my apology. Second thing is, Prof, I really don't know where to start. There's just a plethora of things going through my mind, but let me try and do this. You've been with this consensus monitoring and crime since it started, am I correct, in 2020?
Yeah, man, I helped to write it.
Oh, there you go. No, they had a series of benchmarks, and if I heard you correctly, you said that by and large they've achieved most of the benchmarks, but there's one concerning the corruption piece.
Yeah, well, a group all clustered around corruption.
All clustered around corruption. All right. Now, given the fact that Jamaica is in such a state as far as corruption is concerned, and you can look at the corruption index to begin with, and then you can talk about the various polls. First question I have for you is this. Are you frustrated at the slow pace at which Jamaica is trying to overcome that hurdle?
I have had to learn patience, Will. I came to Jamaica 25 years ago, and I realized that crime and corruption were the single most effective impediments to Jamaica's development. I realized that there is nothing that we could do for Jamaica that would have even a fraction of the impact that reducing the level of crime and corruption would have. And when I realized that the economy was just a small fraction, a third, a tenth of the size it should have been, I realized that this is really what I had to try and fix. And I have learned that it's not as easy as just identifying the problem and the solutions, because most of the problems I've been talking about tonight, we know what to do. We know what the solutions are. It's all about the fact that there are people, and they are powerful people, who absolutely do not want some of these reforms to go through. But we make progress. Italy introduced the anti-mafia legislation, the non illatore law, in about 1982. And they have been fighting that war against the mafia for 40 years. And they have hurt the mafia badly, but the mafia regenerate, regroup, move into new areas of criminal activity. The Italian word for the mafia is la rete, the octopus, because it has 8 different legs. They're into everything. You cut off one leg and it just grows back. So it's like that. You're dealing with a fairly sophisticated criminal operation, and for every measure we take, they will adapt. They will block. They will adapt. And so, actually building a better Jamaica, society that is strong enough, with institutions that are strong enough to contain and eventually eradicate organized crime, is not the sort of thing that can be done overnight. And we have to accept this, that unless you find an opportunity to get some really significant leverage, which I suppose in a way I did when I was asked to work with the IMF, because they had enormous influence over the outcome. And so when you actually sometimes you get an opportunity to progress a little further, a little faster, but you have to accept, and Will, you know this better than anybody, you know that this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. And we may not see the end. I doubt we will see the end in our lifetimes. That doesn't mean that we don't fight the good fight. And we just try and do what we can in the hope that one day we will win this particular battle and we will actually free the people, an entire nation, from this horrendous burden that they have to bear.
Prof, the system is in place. There is a system in Jamaica to bring criminals to justice. It sounds to me as if we're having a problem with personnel, decent, dedicated people with integrity who will do the right thing. And let me submit this to you. It would appear to me as if Jamaica cannot be changed from within. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that you saw some progress when you worked with the IMF. What we're trying to do is we're trying to hold them accountable from outside the country through various methods and means. And as you said, politicians are fearful of being extradited. I think in the case of Jamaica, I think they're more afraid of losing a visa and losing their property, because they know that, and as you described them, they're very powerful people. They know that they can stall the process. And so even though you may have the extradition order, it doesn't mean that they're going anywhere. So let me submit this to you. What do you think about using the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, Foreign Bribery Act, the FARA, there's another one. Herb, help me out. I'm missing one of them. It's
Foreign Bribery Act.
Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Oh,
the
Magnitsky.
Oh yes.
Right. Where you they're exposed if they're involved in kleptocracy, if they're involved in corruption, or if they're involved in human rights abuse. And I think we can make a strong case for all three against the government of Jamaica. So, you know, I've said all of that to say this. What do you think about what we're trying to do in terms of holding politicians, the government, accountable using external sources?
Right. Well, I think it's very clear that the government don't like what you're doing. They want a diaspora that is nice and docile, that doesn't criticize or say anything very much, just sends money. And they are not very comfortable with this idea that the diaspora are actually really getting involved and potentially are going to start holding these politicians to a higher standard. And you're absolutely right, Will. These there are some circumstances, and the case we were talking about earlier, Jack Warner, when he had some bribe money allegedly wired through a US bank and discovered what a mistake that was. There are some circumstances in which the US can and will engage. And these people fear that probably more than anything else. So yes, you can do a lot from in terms of bringing external scrutiny to bear and looking at the potential for using legislation from other jurisdictions which may pertain to particular criminal acts which involve Jamaican politicians. Now, it's not a given. These cases have to be fought on their merits. And in many cases, the final decision whether or not to extradite, for example, is going to be made in Jamaica by a system which itself may be compromised. But nonetheless, it's a very important avenue, and it's one that has to be explored.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I will bring in Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Jeffrey, question for Professor Clayton.
Good evening, my fellow panelists, Mr. Moderator. Professor, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am doing good, sir. I sit here and I listen to your presentation, and I'm saying to myself, is this country, I wouldn't say becoming the next El Salvador, because apparently El Salvador is trying to solve their own crime problem. Where is Jamaica going? My question for you, maybe you can answer this question, maybe you can't. Is there some external forces operating in Jamaica right now? If you have any idea, when it comes on to the high level of crime in the country, and I speak of maybe the Colombians, drug lords, or the Mexicans.
Well, I don't think it's quite like that. Because of our geographical location, we are always going to be a transshipment point for narcotics. Now, the cocaine coming out of the Andean nations either goes up the Pacific coast or the Atlantic coast, or else it goes across the Mexican border, primarily. And at the moment, probably most of it goes across the Mexican border. So there's not as much coming through Jamaica. And at the moment, most of the criminals, the serious crime money now is from scamming, which is a relatively low risk and very lucrative form of criminal activity. Now, you hear about the scammers that get caught. A lot of them are the kind of low and mid-tier guys. I know of one guy who's a very I know several actually, very sophisticated scammers, low profile, but they have got really astonishing levels of wealth. And there's one young guy I know of who owns apparently about 1.5 city blocks in New York. Is this kind of level of revenue that's being generated, but he's smart enough to keep the money in the US, transferring it into Jamaica is actually quite a significant problem. Another guy I know of who does, I think, have the money transferred, salami slices it up into very small packets of money. Each coming in under the reporting requirements for Western Union or whoever, and then re-aggregated at this end. But that is a riskier way to do it. If you're transferring money regularly, even if it's under the reporting requirements, eventually somebody can pick up the pattern. So there are guys who've been doing this for a while who are now pretty sophisticated and smart in terms of how they're doing it. We don't know the scale. I've seen one estimate, 300 million US a year. I've seen an estimate of $1 billion US a year. But I think the indicator to really look at is the remittances which come into Jamaica, which is one of our two main sources of foreign exchange. And we suspect that quite a lot of that is the proceeds of crime. It's the scamming money that's being transferred into Jamaica. If so, what that means is that one of Jamaica's two biggest sources of foreign exchange is in fact crime, is in fact scamming. That gives you an idea of this is now operating on an industrial scale. Now, if you're a criminal and you're making a career choice, why would you go and mess with packets of cocaine, which is a kind of higher profile, higher risk activity, when you can be making much more money for lower risk in various forms of cybercrime? So that's where I think the activity will be in future. But this is this is homegrown. A lot of this is homegrown criminal activity. We're not really dependent on foreign players anymore. Perhaps at a time there was more foreign involvement, but I think we've outgrown that now. We've built sophisticated criminal structures, and they're independent, and in fact they are branching out. This is the normal logic of how criminal networks grow and develop. The successful ones don't need to be operated by external forces anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Let me ask you one more question, Professor.
Mm.
Is it that these people are getting the numbers, like the social security numbers, from maybe the call centers and so forth? You have any ideas? Any idea?
I don't. Yeah, I know some of how it works. But if you really want the kind of operational details, I would have to talk to the people I know who actually investigate these crimes. I have, however, seen. I had a demonstration from a guy who is definitely on the good side, but he advises governments on various forms of defensive and offensive cyber operations. And he explained to me how incredibly easy it is now to get a very detailed profile of somebody without ever talking to them, just through the amount of information that you can gather about them online. You can look at, if you know how to do these things, you can access websites, you can look at their past pattern of purchases. If you can access their the tracker in their vehicle, you know where they're going. If you can even access government records, so we've had cases of this, you can track their movements in and out of the country. You can go on Google Street View, you can look at the inside of, you can look at the outside of their house, so on and so forth. And this guy showed me that you could get a wealth of personal information about any individual you wanted within about 20 minutes.
Wow.
And it is unfortunately the case that some bad guys have learned pretty much this comparable level of skill.
Mm.
So they build up these profiles, and then and a lot of this, of course, is not quite at that skill level.
Mm-hmm.
But then they contact these people and they win their confidence because they already seem to know so much about them.
Thank you, Professor. We're short on time, guys. And Herb, I owe you a question. Dr. Rupert, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come back again. Will you please enter the stage? Let's see if we can hear you this time. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you, Doc. All right. I'm going to bring back Herb Nelson. Herb, sorry about the issue earlier with question. I know you had a follow-up for the professor. Will you proceed, sir?
Thank you. Professor, the key follow-up that I had has to do with both sides of the coin when it comes to the question of corruption. You have a situation where they nailed the vases. I remember when that investigation was done. I remember when the one with the Almond Barracks leader was done. But you nail the vases, and then you have a U.S. ambassador come in, put a stop to the monies that NIA was receiving to investigate the prime minister, proceeds to, upon demitting office, get the visa back for Vaz. And the State Department was so upset, they put on that visa that Vaz was, he got his visa back, but he is money launderer / drug dealer. That's the code they put on that visa, right? And of course, with the Almond Barrack situation, the U.S. gave money for training. They had to withdraw that money, and they had to get rid of the unit because they were compromised. Right? Now, in that situation, the Assistant Commissioner of Police should have conducted an investigation and given an explanation to the people of Jamaica as to why they had to get rid of the unit. But the U.S. said nothing further because the unit was gone. Just like when the police commissioner had to leave right after the Tivoli Gardens incident, and the U.S. had actually forced their hand in getting that done also. So can you speak to the U.S. encroachment on Jamaica's sovereignty and the fact that they're also supporting, the people who have a bad record? Because Karl Rove and the ambassador from the U.S. under Trump got all this stuff worked out with State Department to get him his visa back. Can you just speak to the impact that it has on a system that is supposed to be healthy?
Yeah, you see, I think it's a mistake to think of any of these agencies, or especially the ones which actually represent entire countries, as being uniform. It's the same situation as we have here, in that there are good guys and bad guys in the system. It was the US that actually took Vaz's visa away in the first place. And it was one ambassador, was it Tapia?
Tapia, yeah.
Yeah, who gave it back to him. Now, Tapia, in my personal opinion, was really problematic. He wasn't a career diplomat. He was a Trump appointee. And he was a businessman, no background in diplomacy. I met him a couple of times. He was not a man who thought he had to listen to anybody. He came in with a lot of arrogance and a lot of attitude, and he became close personal friends with two of our most problematic politicians. And I think he probably saw it just as doing a favor for friends. I don't know. I wasn't privy to those discussions. So we can't always rely on anybody or any agency always being able to do the right thing. Donald Trump himself is now a convicted felon, and he might very well be the next president of the United States, in which case it is possible that other law enforcement efforts will be undermined. But the fact is, there are still good people working in law enforcement agencies. And the fact that these things can and do happen does not mean that we can give up the fight. We have to continue to do what we can and support the guys who are we support the good guys.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to give Dr. Rupert one additional opportunity. Dr. Rupert, will you please come to the stage?
Dr. Clayton, Professor Clayton, thank you very much for your Doctor. Yes, I'm on the stage, Mr. President. Mr. Professor.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Doc.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out if you listened to the presentation yesterday in Jamaica, in Montego Bay. There were 4 persons on that stage, and none of them were saying or could say what were the real problems they're having in Jamaica. And one thing they all said was that we in the diaspora were trying to come there to tell them how to resolve issues in Jamaica. Do you think that's a fair comment, or do you think it's just an excuse? Because none of them were experts on that stage yesterday.
Yeah. I think it's mainly an excuse. Of course, it is also true that when you come from outside, you have to be sensitive to the fact that the local people are living with these problems, and they're still going to be living with them after you've gone home. And it is, I think, genuinely, it can, if you're not careful. We do get people coming from outside and basically telling us, not listening, just telling us what we should and should not do. We get that a lot from the international development partners. We get that a lot from international consultants. And if you actually challenge them on some of their assumptions, it turns out that they don't really have that much detailed knowledge of what's going on. I think the solution is just to come and start off by listening and find out what the issues are and what the concerns are. However, it is also true that when you encounter resistance, it's sometimes from people who do not want things to change. And that's a completely different matter, because people who actually care deeply about this country, but who don't live here, actually bring an additional dimension to this discussion. So many people in Jamaica have been born and brought up with this, and they really do not see how things could be different. It is only people who love this country, but who lived in other countries and see what it's like to actually have a functioning police force, a functioning justice system, to live in a society where even a former president of the United States can be put in court and sentenced. You know how astonishing that is? It was dreadful that, you end up in this position, but nonetheless, it is amazing testament to the fact that in the US, you actually have a system that can do that. And other countries too have systems that basically say, be you ever so high and mighty, nobody is above the law. Now, you come from a system where you see that, you know how it's supposed to work. And then when you contribute to the discussion in Jamaica, you add that knowledge, that experience, and that is so powerful. My first few years in Jamaica, when I started to question why things were done a certain way, some people, saying, "What is this fool nonsense?" Others people just saying, "You'll figure it out. You'll soon be in the runnings." But if you retain your integrity, and if you retain that perspective that things do not have to be this way, things are this way because a certain group of people want them to be this way. And if you have the persistence and the tenacity to keep making this argument, and if you know that things do not have to be this way, then you are the sources of change. You are the people who are going to help to awaken the whole population to the fact that they are living with a level of crime and corruption which they can stop. Most of them do not know, they do not understand how they could possibly stop it. They've lived with this all their lives. But people like you do know. And you are respected. They will listen to you. At least the people will listen.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Francis, do you have a follow-up question before we move over back to Will?
I just want to thank the professor for his direct responses. I'd love to ask him another occasion, but I think it's unfair at this time. So thank you very much for coming in and sharing.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Real privilege.
Professor, before you take off, Will would like to have a follow-up question, and then I have one final question. Thank you.
Okay.
This one is going to be easy. It's going to be real easy.
You sure about that, Will?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, I did a little bit of research, and I've looked at some of the publications.
Well, no question that starts, "I've done some research," is an easy question. You're lining up the shot here.
No, I'm not lining up. No, it's going to be very, very easy. Actually, it's more like an explanation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I've looked at your publication and I've looked at other publications, and what I realize is that there have been at least 4 to 5 crime plans that I've read, and they all seem to say the same thing, with maybe a slight variation on the theme. But essentially, when you look at it comprehensively, they're all saying the same thing. Now, people have been clamoring, crying, beseeching the government for a crime plan, and I've been preaching to them that there's something called Plan Secure Jamaica, that the government has changed its focus. It's saying that incorporated in Plan Secure Jamaica is a crime plan. A crime plan is a national security plan. Can you please share some light on the crime plans and Plan Secure Jamaica so that we can all understand and walk away from this discussion knowing whether or not we should continue to ask the government for a crime plan?
All right, let me just cut to the chase, Will, because a proper answer is going to take about half an hour. We don't really need another crime plan. Okay, we've got plenty crime plans, and the fundamentals are pretty much the same. That there's a few things that you have to do, and we have to. Part of the problem you solve with proper impartial enforcement. We need more resources on that side. Part of it you address with early interventions to rescue children from very bad, dysfunctional environments where they are being permanently damaged. And part of it involves dealing with the legacy of our political garrisons and our informal settlements, and either clearing them or regularizing them. Preferably, in most cases, we could actually normalize them, and making sure You can do quite a lot just through urban redesign. We've got places in Kingston like Tivoli, which was designed to be a defensible space. There's only 3 access points. It was designed so that those could be easily barricaded. You have a design like that built into your capital city, you're designing in decades of future problems, which we saw in 2010. So there's issues which are about urban planning and design, issues about childcare and intervention in rescue children from going down that road, and proper enforcement and strong anti-corruption measures. Now, we can go into detail on all of these, but those are the kind of most fundamental ones. There's a lot of other things we have to do too, but it's not about rewriting this yet again. I've contributed to enough crime plans. I think what we really need to do is actually focus an awful lot more on driving it through. And one of the things that we have always had in the past is a huge problem with political tribalism. Every time there was a change of government, the incoming minister would routinely throw out everything that the previous minister had been doing, whether it was working or not. Now, you'd think that a more rational approach would be to say, right, we'll do a review. If anything's making real progress, we're going to continue it. No. And I saw too many programs which were getting traction simply axed because I'm the new minister now. I've got different priorities. And you cannot make progress with this stop, go approach. And that is why we wrote the Crime Consensus Plan. We wanted to take a lot of this out of the domain of partisan party politics and say this is in the national interest and we should have some agreement, cross-party agreement on some broad principles. And we almost got it. Not entirely. We were never able to get the 2 parties to agree on 1 or 2 issues, but we still made some progress.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to thank Professor Anthony Clayton for coming on this evening. Professor, I did say I have one last question for you. Can you please say something in Jamaican for us?
Oh, no, man, you have to ask my children. Even though I've been here all these years, I still never really acquired a Jamaican accent. And I know this because every time I try, my Jamaican friends fall off their chairs laughing at me. So
I'm on a chair.
No, but Tony, when you and I talk, I think it's a pretty authentic accent.
Oh, thank you, Will. I really appreciate that. You've made my evening.
So we still haven't heard much. Tony, come on, say something first. Anything in Jamaica.
Oh, yeah.
Wagwan, man.
Wagwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We want to thank Professor Anthony Clayton for his wonderful presentation. And this presentation will be archived here on The Reason with Rattigan and also on the Make We Talk and other social media platforms. We would like to thank you all for your participation. And we're getting ready to join our next presenter. So thank you so much, Professor. And thank you to the panelists. And the panelists will stay tuned. We will be back with our next presenter. And our next presenter will be touching on a very, very important topic. Now, our next presenter, ladies and gentlemen, I was going to do the bio. But oh my goodness, I have to bring in Rattigan for this one. And I'll tell you why. We have a lot of big things happening in the space of criminal defense and human rights advocacy that our next speaker has been focusing on. And let me tell you this is interesting, a very engaging speaker who is not afraid to keep things in context. Without any further ado, let me bring in the one and only Mr. Will Rattigan to come back to the stage and introduce our next panelist. Will, the floor is yours.
And thank you, Prezi. All I have to say to introduce this young man is context matters. That's all I have to say. I won't even mention about his eating habits or anything like that. The thing is, this gentleman, ladies and you all know him. He doesn't need any, he doesn't need any flowery language to introduce him. This is a man who made something of himself. This is a man who God gave a second chance in life, and he seized it and he ran with it. And today, I am proud and privileged to say that he's a friend, he's a brother, he's a confidant, he's a colleague. He's my lawyer, Mr. Isat Buchanan. Welcome to the program, sir. You're muted. You're muted. Still not hearing you. Still not hearing you.
Check your mixer.
Yeah, hearing me now.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
All right, great. I was saying good night, everybody, and I'm actually honored to be at the Real Diaspora Conference. So, I feel so important that I'm participating in a conference that's for the people, that's not filled with local persons who some of them probably never go far in them life and then get ticket for get free food. But anyway, I don't want to be a gadfly, but to say I'm happy for that. I'm also honored to be talking about one of the topics that I'm most passionate about. I'm of the view that our Constitution is one of the reasons why somebody like me can now be on the platform speaking to my fellow Jamaicans who are not in Jamaica but have an interest in Jamaica, especially in a situation where the diaspora is reduced by the powers that be to mere barrel senders and nothing more. Albeit they don't respect the fact that the diaspora is responsible for my KFC consumption that Mr. Rattigan saying he won't criticize me on. But I did learn this week and last week that context is king because context matters. So what I want to do is to just, the conversation is live now about a new constitution, and Mr. Rattigan and myself and Herb on the Rattigan show, we've had so much conversation about it, and we're talking about the for us, by us, and we own and do away with the slave masters and slavery done, and all the things about what a constitution is to look like. And lo and behold, I'm going to say this with the bravest possible confidence to say that a constitution that is formed or shaped without the participation of the people is not your constitution. A constitution that doesn't contemplate the least among us could never be your constitution. And governments across the world must reflect independence and identity, but it must always reflect service to the people, because the people, there is power in the people. So in saying that, I'm proud to say that there will be no new constitution before the next election. It's not going to happen, and if it were to happen, it would be a breach of the Constitution, and many things would come into play. What I want people to realize, though, is as the basic man, the common man, the man on the JUTC bus, albeit the new one them, because when I say the transport minister said that the bus them shipping and the whole of them look new, me would have take bus just to sit down in one of the new bus. But the basic understanding is that when you wake up in the morning, you're a citizen of this country, no matter where you are. If nothing COVID would have taught us is that home is where the house is. But if you're stranded, even in a pandemic, you make your way home so them can lock you down. Nothing nicer than being in your soil, in your space, if you're like me, in your mama's house because she can't show you out, right? Something like that. But a serious appreciation for understanding that when you wake up, and the three little birds are by your doorstep, that the three little birds that singing sweet songs is not three dirty drunker, right? So why that is important is the Constitution is the thing that make you vavavoom, the creme de la creme of your society. Nobody no better than you, nobody no more than you. And it is the Charter of Rights that was pretty much amended in 2011 that has given so much power to the people that I am 100% sure to tell you that I think government made a mistake. And it is possibly they're trying to undo that mistake, albeit under the quiet, so that they can put some more power to themselves, because they've given the people so much power, which it ought to be, because we have the most progressive charter in the entire world, little but Talawa, Jamaica, that has given rights to the people so much that when we used to bawl out, we want justice, the Constitution has given us that. And it is our government, our people with mature considerations have made significant changes. And in the last week, in doing a famous case that involves famous people, excuse me, what we discovered is that the Constitution and human rights charter, the charter, has changed the dynamics of even the criminal law, which ironically, rights breaches features a lot in that realm. Now, when we're dealing with the rights, that is what the people should care about the most. Doesn't matter about who is the president and whether the president might be the sister, the son, the uncle of who the prime minister is, while the wife is the speaker of the house, and probably the three senators that come in might be the cousin and the friend from Harvard Law to come assist the attorney general when the time comes, and this whole incestuous situation that arises reminiscent of the very monarch that we're trying to leave, a sense of local royalty that mimics Animal Farm, and then it makes it worse. We don't want to envision that. What is of importance is, if there's any talk about constitutional reform, will they touch the charter? Will they increase rights? Will they clarify equity? Will they qualify how we access basic amenities? A right which talks about the environment, a right which speaks about inclusion, recognition of indigenous people, inclusion for the reality, whether people appreciate it or accept it or not. The Maroons play a significant part and a significant role of the existence of Jamaica. So suffice it to say, they are landowners. And one thing I can tell you, the diaspora people can tell you, because I recently have a plethora of cases coming from the diaspora, because the government is either trying to acquire your land, while all at the same time, while your neighbor is trying to thief your land, while at the same time somebody decide that they're foreign, and while you're sending the barrel, so they're going to adverse possess your land and your interest. So in all of that, how we protect the rights, how we give rights, how we give effect to the fact that the nature of our existence is that a lot of us, we would have had to leave the Jamaican soil to go elsewhere to ensure that our families are safe, secure, or a better life, because we are a struggling nation. Without the diaspora, I don't know how we would be able to pay our bills. except that we just borrow more money and then be in a bad place. Now, because of all of these things, when we start to think about constitutional reform, the starting point should always be what the people want. Because I can tell you this, even before a referendum, if where you are now, nobody asks you, should we keep the king or remove the king, and you have come to that decision, then we're not in a position to do constitutional reform. When we think about, and I'm raising it again, when we think about the Maroons, when we think about the contribution, when we think about bravery, we have to always remember, that they said the revolution will not be televised, but we need to go back to our civics and our history in terms of who fought for our freedom. Where were we? Where was the abuse? Where was the post-traumatic slave syndrome? Where do we fit? How does racism, classism, realism, dualism fit? Because there is conversation about a dual citizenship and how people feel about that. But note in that conversation, however the decision, where the decision lies, it would mean that there is some form of discrimination for the diaspora. I'm raising that because I am having a conversation with Jamaicans outside of Jamaicans who have also had to take on citizenship or residencies outside of Jamaica because they were brave enough to find opportunities that they could not find in Jamaica while we are developing. So that type of reality means we need to have deeper conversation where the Constitution is now, what is the vision, is it working, how is it helping? While we have these considerations, we don't necessarily need government to have these conversations with ourselves. We need to poll ourselves. We need to have the conversation with our neighbors, with our families, community decisions, inclusion for everybody. That is what the idea of the Constitution is about, because when we are able to come together, when we are ready to have consensus ad idem, that is agreement with everybody, or majority really, as to what Jamaica should look like, including the court that we go to, including how we deal with dispute resolution, including how we deal with the being a servant as a state, a creature of the Constitution, while maintaining our humanness. I'm sounding like I'm all over the place because it simply is a clear idea that we have not even begun to scratch the surface of the real issues. And I can tell you this, where it is that government is prepared to play dress up because they have nice big salaries that they can now buy nice clothes, and lo and behold, their families in the diaspora don't have to send them the nice shoes and them boot. Now lean again, because taxpayers' money can pay for them to look nice, assuming some of them can do so. It doesn't change the fact that if it is that we agree with the Prime Minister that you get what you pay for, now that we are paying for it, there are requirements or things we expect of our representatives, which the most thing or the most important thing that we should expect is that they listen to us and they do all that is necessary to represent us. It's not a high threshold, so that the bickering about who is black, who is white. If Michael Jackson didn't know if he was black or white, yeah, we shouldn't be stuck on that, especially if we're moving away from discrimination, whether it be reverse discrimination and pretty much ad hominem conversations. So them say thief never love to see thief with long bag. And so usually if the pickpocket is in the crowd, all they have to do is call out something else so they can get away with whatever it is that they're doing. So we should not be confused by smoke screens and stuff like that, and stick to the seminal issues. What is it that we want our government to look like? And should we be able to vote for who we want? Should we be able to impeach? Should we be able to regulate? And should we be able to retract and rescind? So we give you authority because you say you're going to fix road in 100 days, 100th day gone. Should we say we have no confidence and tell our representatives that that person needs to be removed? So much so that when we're talking about constitutional reform, this is where it starts, because people are spending our taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money, and the taxpayers' money is our money. So they can take your money for your land tax, but they don't want it to be in Parliament, or they don't want you in the Senate. They can take your money, but they don't want you to vote. So until your issues that you have are addressed, constitutional reform is a wasted exercise that pretty much is a strain on the country, because we have basic issues that needs to be addressed. Conversations about ventilation, ventilators, conversations about the health system, conversation about roads, conversations about water, conversations about natural disaster. These are things that we have to put in order of importance. But never to digress, the serious point is that as this constitutional reform is coming on, the common man needs to know that whatever you're doing, you can do what you're doing, but when it comes to the Charter of Rights, we are all right. Because we now ask Christ, you really can't do it nothing, because now we know we can assert our constitutional rights, and it is on the state to prove it. I heard conversations about crime plan and tools. This government has wasted billions on states of emergencies that yielded no benefit whatsoever, and is prepared to waste billions more on aesthetics without addressing the serious issues, bridging the gap between the citizen and the security forces, the police, government. I mean, we still go into government places, and I tell you, the service is a reminiscent of walking into KFC. The difference is when you go to KFC, you get enjoyment because the food is so good. You don't necessarily need to be treated unfairly by certain government persons for services that you otherwise wouldn't need to do. So when we think about all of that and having the conversation, we can see that is not a surface conversation, and outside of questions which we would have had or which you would ask to start the conversation, I would say to you that we have to do it by polling. We have to do it by community town hall meetings, community interventions, and where there are gaps, we have to fill it. Now, your representatives need to start giving undertakings about addressing your issues. So, for me, as someone who falls under many hats, a person with formerly incarcerated, issues of rehabilitation, issues of where we fit in society, as a Black man, as a man with dreadlocks who falls under anywhere for discrimination, so that my children will suffer discrimination because school policies don't want dreadlocks in some schools or stuff like that. Government hasn't fixed that. Is it time now that if we're doing constitutional reform, that it makes clear the discrimination clause, so that whether you're a politician, whether you're the common man, you don't go out and pursuant to Section 13(5), horizontal application of the breaches of rights. That is easier to identify, so that persons don't bring harm to you and your only recourse is defamation, or your only recourse is to say that if it's not government, it don't matter. And it works both ways. There is a video floating around where a young lady is draping up a female officer. Many things can come from it, but how the citizen interacts with the police, who is also a citizen, is something that we have to revisit. And the answers may very well be in how we start the conversation about constitutional reform. Because you see, where power is given, or where you give somebody power, much is expected, the duty, the benefit, and the duty to carry out, or the obligations, is much greater. So we have to find that place. We have to find that place to have the conversations. And any conversation about constitutional reform, it cannot happen if there is exclusion. Exclusion is a bad place to start. And this rubber stamping, Mr. Rattigan previously, and I invite you to go use YouTube to catch up. Context matters, so you have to use the YouTube to get some of the information, so you're not just thrown into the deep end for mature conversations, and especially where it reach, where persons who are constant listeners have grasped some of the terms. Now, what is important is to be able to make that assessment, because if you are excluding people and you are more concerned about what government looks like, even if at the end of it, it becomes powerless, and you have little anecdotes and little ways that you can become an authoritarian society under the guise of democracy, I can tell you this: no matter how history fades, there's no authoritarian society that really has the interest of the people, especially minority groups. And our biggest crime is poverty. And the Constitution must reflect how it is that we're going to escape poverty for all, how it is that the right to education is going to be increased or protected in such a way that a failure to educate is a constitutional breach. Because sometimes it's almost like there are parents who, you said, you know, Mom, I want to be an artist. I want to draw and paint, spray paint on walls. But your mother said, take your book, pressure your book, and then you can go paint on wall. And it's not until you are older you realize it's a good thing my mother did make me get the education. So how it is the government is going to go back into parenting, being the ultimate parent. What is the model of governance that reflects that, when it, like the current model? Let me use this as an example. Justice Sykes sits by virtue of the doctrine of separations of power as the Chief Justice. He sits although he is a male, he sits in a maternal seat. Sits in the mother seat, where the court is the mother. Court in this jurisdiction is the mother, because if your brother, which is the government, so the government as in parliament is not playing no father role in this. It's an older sibling. If they hurt you, you have to go and tell on them at the court. So the court is the mother. The Court of Appeal is, you know, if your mother say you can't do something, you try your hand at your father. So naturally, the Court of Appeal in the hierarchy is the father. The Privy Council, as it is, and any court outside, is the CPSFA. It is not a family member. It is simply like the protective services. So if you call them and you say you get, like, the first thing they want to do is yank you out of the home. There's no familiarity. There is no relationship per se. And so it's important to know that and understand that, so that when there is constitutional review or the reform, what is it that we want it to look like next, and why is it important that whichever court we use is able to maintain the child care protective services and not hinder the maternal nature of the court in relation to how Jamaica is. And if we look at Parliament, if I say it is the older brother, it's when we expect that the Governor General, as it is right now, is a rubber stamp person. If we get a president, will the president be the father? And will the Prime Minister become whatever the part that is supposed to be the father? Is it that? No, it cannot be, because we are under the monarchy. So we have to appreciate that we need to take on that form of independence. And so it's not, constitutional reform is not bad when it comes to governance structure. But if we're doing it and keeping a model that simply is replacing white for a different oppressor and a different abuser, that is not the starting point. So I don't want to get too much off key, but that is the idea. Except to say, I walk with my charter, and as once you're doing your constitutional reform and you don't touch my charter, and I'm saying my charter because it's for you, it's your charter as well. Once your rights are protected, it don't matter what them do, because when them do foolishness, you simply go to the court and play, and some of them will just disappear as if they're no more. And life is so different when the people who abuse you disappear, and then they get up one morning and have no power. I'm going to tell you a whole story about that, but let me tell you something. Like Spice said, I know she's not drinking water and mind our business, but I go mind my business with certain things because that's bigger than my pay grade. And that's the extent of my submission, save and except for questions from the panel, questions from the public. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Isat. We're going to bring back the panel and asking all the panel to get ready as we bring everyone back in. Let me just take this opportunity to introduce the team. We have Mr. Mystic Sensation waiting for the Empress to join. How are you, my brother? Good evening. I'm going to have you greet us shortly. We have Herb Nelson back again. We have Jeffrey Tavares. And of course, we have Will Rattigan. But Mystic, you've been in the shadows listening to this great presentation from Isat. How are you? And anything you'd like to add before we continue the conversation?
Thank you. I wanted was to ask the professor some questions, but apparently I did not catch up because I was in the back room, right? And I was so Prezi, let me in because I wanted to ask the president, the professor, some questions. But anyway, I managed to have Isaac here. Isaac,
blessings
to you, my brother. How's the KFC doing?
Well, I don't get none all week, but I will reserve for that. Yeah.
All right. So, brother Isaac, I want to ask you something because it is fundamental to us as it relates to. I heard you spoke about the Maroons.
Yes.
Right, and it is a significant situation in terms of, and let me say this, and I particularly just want to seek your guidance where that is concerned.
Yes.
Now, the Maroon has a 1739 treaty.
Yes.
Right? And as such, there was actually 1,500 acres of land that handed over to the Maroons by the British.
That is correct.
Okay, so having said that, and we know that the current constitution, right, does not explicitly recognize the Maroon autonomy.
Correct.
Right, and as such, I am saying to the fact that now we have the opportunity in terms of, constitution reform, is that a situation that moving forward, that the Jamaican constitution now would have now moved in step to say, okay, let us stretch hands, right, and have a law enact to protect the Maroon in a real way. Since the Constitution does not explicitly recognize the Maroon. I'm just waiting for your answers where that is concerned.
And that I'm gonna be strong with this, and even though there's a strong rhyme with wrong in this, I'm gonna be bright and right to say this, that any conversation about constitutional reform that excludes the Maroons is a failing reform. You cannot disenfranchise somebody. Remember, the Constitution is simply to give effect to what is in existence. Similar to how the common law is in existence, and all the Constitution does is to codify the law. It's the same thing. The Constitution will codify governance. The Constitution simply gave us the British system and made it clear that the Constitution would govern over the system based upon the structure. So constitutional supremacy. So where it is that we and I submit that we should maintain constitutional supremacy, because we need to be able to regulate state actors, because state actors are servants of the people, which seems to not appreciate that. So there must be self-check mechanisms so that they understand their role. That is why the Constitution, as it is right now, refers to them as creatures. They are creatures of the constitutions, and you, the human, all if you're not bad. You are the human being, and they are the people, they are the animals, the creatures, and hence the term animal farm. And why speak of it? They don't like when it sounds like this, but when we have the conversation about the Maroons, especially about land ownership, and we have the United Nations, we have UNICEF, we have England itself, we have the United States giving recognition to rights of the indigenous people and the Maroons, is that there are conversations, and it shows about how we lack or don't understand the history about what that war was and how that 1738-39 treaty came about, and what Kodjo did, and what what Nani did, and why she's a national hero. And because of that, we have lost sight. And I can tell you this, as a citizen in any country, wherever you are, one of the paramount things for you to do is own a piece of the rock. So that if indigenous people already, like in America, the Indians had the entire United States, and Thanksgiving says, let me take your land and we give you turkey. And I guess they were hungry and they didn't understand, and that's what happened. But there are Indian reservations all across America, and the lands and the rights and their culture is respected. Well, same it is that for the Maroons, whether you like it or not, the land is of importance. Why is that important? As you see right now, there's this thing called establish. Something. Esther was broke, Esther Simone establish. Well, when it comes to land ownership, when it comes to look at Guyana. When Guyana used to be broke, Guyana find oil, Guyana establish. Well, Jamaica has something called with land, the bauxite, carbon. I don't even want to say it wrong, but carbon credit. That is the untapped land and the untapped resources. The 1738 treaty certainly speaks about the 1,500 acres and where it is located and where the demarcations is. Even regardless of what how we give effect to that, and the consideration is that we mustn't disenfranchise people. Even as simple, think of a man who has his little house that he loves, and the government decides that they need to build a highway so it's convenient, and they take it. When they take it, the compensation is what will be important, because land is unique. If you're going to take my house from me, and we're still on the Maroon topic, but if you're going to take my little house from me, you have to put me back in a position, because you're acquiring the house in the public interest. But you have to compensate me in such a way that I will not be disenfranchised. And what we're seeing is during constitutional reform, we are disenfranchising people. The raising the Maroon is just one aspect that the history is so rich, and the lack of conversation and bringing to the table and consideration is what in my mind disqualifies this government from even attempting, especially as serial constitutional breaches. It's offensive. But I don't have $500,000 to say something that I don't have $500,000 to give them. So I'm going to leave that one alone. But it's offensive that you would exclude. And so wherever you are, if you're listening to me and you fall into a minority group and you are being excluded because of lack of consideration of your existence, it means that the government has failed in terms of the idea of constitutional reform. I don't care who is the president. I don't care who is the prime minister. I don't care what if you're gonna have garden house. It's almost like how Jesus felt about the church. The church is the people, not the building. So if you want to build these grand ideas and people have accolades and like there's somebody working hard for award. I see 4 of them was cross the street when it was in Washington trying to get award. If you're working for rewards and trying to disenfranchise people just because you want to get accolades that mean nothing, you cannot disenfranchise people in it. And that's just the thing about it. So maroons, blackness, eradicating poverty, if the Constitution is not reflecting that, because that is our crime, you know. The crime problem is poverty. So anything that nurtures poverty is criminal.
Exactly.
And that's my position on it.
Prezi, I want to say big thanks to Isat for that. I totally agree with him 110%. Could you allow me to ask him just a final question?
Absolutely.
All right. So the other issue that is, vital to us as it relates to, our Jamaicans is beach access.
Yes.
Now, the Beach Act of 1956, as it relates to the Constitution, right, does not, give access to Jamaicans and particularly benefit those like the hoteliers who engage in terms of maybe lease or whatever they do in terms of occupying that area and hence denied persons from accessing the beach. Now, again, we are here in the interim of the Constitution reform, right? If this government, this particular government, cares for people, why not have this beach access in the first draft, right? To say that, okay, Jamaica, as opposed to other Caribbean countries, citizens of other Caribbean countries have access to their beaches, right? And, in terms of this government, right? Because what I'm seeing from this government is what we call crony capitalism. Seems like they're giving the best of the lands to elite and so forth and beach access. So I am saying, here we are, because I know that Jablem, right, has four cases going on, which that is going to be the politics playing out in the court. Obviously, I believe that, at the end result, it might be negative where Jablem proceeding. So I'm saying, why we don't have that push within, you understand, the Constitution to have that in stage 1 of the Constitution?
I'm glad. Listen, I mind somebody thinks somebody pay you to ask these questions. We don't have thinkers right now in government. They can curse me all they want. And I'm fine with that. The question you asked a while ago, like I said, when it comes to the charter, which is the Charter of Rights, which I think already is so prospective and revolution. The starting point is to add some of the letters, like it stops at HIJK, LMNOP. We need the QRST. I think it must say UVWXYZ is out. But the environment, in terms of a constitutional right for environment, that includes the beach access. I think when we think of that, this because they're not having conversations. Because let me tell you about the hotelier. If the diaspora can do all they have, when you're in government, the first thing you should be able to do is take up and call the diaspora and say, people, let our powers combine like Captain Planet and say, we don't have money that we can get a hotel so that we can put to the table so the hoteliers know that they're really not giving us a benefit, you know. It's just the money that they have. It's just the money that they have, and because we want the money, we give them the tax breaks that they don't deserve. They'll hate this, but when you look at how we get revenue and how we deal with tourism, we are supposed to be maximizing now, like a sunshine tax when tourists come to use the hotel, exemptions for the people, beach access. Well, similar to access to education, we have to clarify. So currently, access to education goes up to as primary school. We need to increase it to probably tertiary education. We need to know that the quality of education, so they don't just send you, especially where Campion is the standard. Why am I using this? Because when they say access to beach, they somehow feel like Hellshire is enough. So they take the beach all across the coastline. And if you're in Montego Bay and they take a little beach where you used to go and you say, let's say, go on up a Hellshire. We have highways now. Go take the highway and go sell where you sell over Hellshire. But it's a little bit more than that. And so because of that, we haven't been able to speak about easements. We haven't been able to speak about usage. And because road access is also critical to the access to everything else, we have to have more conversations about that. And there's something in the space about the Spark program, which is just a breeding ground to take taxpayers' money and not account for it. It's the same thing in terms of we need to enjoy and need to maximize the usage of certainly a commodity that easement is the answer to it. So I don't care what you're doing in the hotel. You are the person who need to find mechanisms how to secure your hotel. But as far as the coastline and the beach is concerned, they certainly shouldn't be able to close it off, shouldn't be able to charge the people for it, because it is a part of the environment that deals with your mental health. And so I'm seeing the cases in the court, but I can say this in and I don't want to get into trouble, is that integrity is so important. And when these matters come up, you just can't sell out. You have to just hold your ground and put things in place to make sure that you're prepared to go all the way. Because these are high stake business economic areas where a man can just get a money and everything. Just, money can keep litigation going, but it is a constitutional matter, and we should give effect to the Constitution where it's concerned, because your rights are being violated. As I said, even a man who don't live nowhere, the beach is your property. Yeah, you should have it available for you to go in there and drown and put it that way. All right.
We're gonna open up to the rest of the panel, and ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be opening up the phone lines shortly, and I'm gonna invite all the panelists, if you guys can come off mute, and we're just gonna pass the round. But I will give first dibs to Will Ratty to come in traveling. And everybody was asking, where is a shed? We're looking for that shed, but Ratty is not at the shed today. What's going on?
Listen.
So the constitutional reform, Ratty, and the presentation from our panelists, our presenter, Mr. Buchanan. How do you want to start this conversation? So I'm going to yield to you. I'm going to go off camera so I can start taking some phone calls, but I'll be right here in the shadows.
All right. Let me just start by asking a question and then open it up to. I say, Man in the Wilderness has joined us. Mystic is here with us. Herb, Doc, Jeffrey, and I don't know if I'm missing anybody, but that's who I'm seeing right now. No, they have this body called the Constitutional Reform Committee that was created by the government, and the whole purpose was to reform the Constitution, starting with some deep entrenched provisions. And when I say deep entrenched, they're talking about, things that are just so firm in the Constitution that you need 2/3.
2/3 majority.
Right. And also, and you need
referendum where it follows.
Well,
yes.
No. Here's a problem I'm having with it, and I just want to use a little statement to segue to the question.
Mm-hmm.
It is my considered opinion that most Jamaicans, the 7 million, 9 million, whatever the number is, inside and outside of Jamaica, we have never read the Constitution. The majority of us, I submit that to all of us, that we have never read the Constitution. And some of us who have read the Constitution, we don't understand it. Now, how can you reform something that is supposed to be for the benefit of everyone and people don't understand it? People have never read it. The idea of informing people about what's in the Constitution and what you're reforming was made clear to us in the proposals submitted by our recommendations submitted by the CRF, Constitutional Reform, the CRC, Constitutional Reform Committee. In that, they said they've had five town hall meetings in a country with 14 parishes. They said they've had 5 town hall meetings in 5 different parishes. I think the parishes were St. James, Westmoreland, Portland, St. Elizabeth, and I think Hanover.
No, Manchester.
Manchester. So what to St. Anne? What to Clarendon? What to Kingston and St. Andrew?
Yeah, but you see, they made it clear that they were going to this thing. I think it's county. Them said Cornwall, Middlesex. So sorry. If you they were sorry. Yeah. I'm just telling you. So when you say warm to send, and if it is in Cornwall, Middlesex, I'm sorry, they've covered it. And that what that does is, you are correct. It doesn't solve the problem. In fact, it is evidence that they had no plan or no intention to hear what the common man had to say.
So, having said that, I have the question is this: since most of us have never read the document, and some of us who have read the document, we don't understand it. What is the best way, Isat, in your opinion, for us to get the understanding to our people in the absence of civics? We don't have civics in school. What is the best way of getting it across the people so they understand what's going on?
I'm going to say this. You have to speak in the language of the people. Everybody on this panel know if you're speaking to Isat and he's not listening, just say KFC and I'm ready. Yeah, so see Wayne Lonesome come, Wayne Lonesome and say, Isat, so you see, I was telling people this. I said, but you want to explain rich and you want to explain poor. This is how you say. You go to KFC and you buy a meal deal. 2 pieces of chicken don't give you the choices that's on the menu at KFC, because you have barbecue, you have spicy, and you have original. So if somebody only used the 2 pieces of chicken, they're not going to get the choice to have all 3 at the same time to make the comparisons. The getting off the chicken thing, if you can't read and write, how you have to say to somebody, when me care about, me want to know if it's in there. So the only way, just like that. So you're all the beautiful speaking that you come with, the issues that I care about, me want to know if it's in there. So when Mystic say, hold on, you do all of this revolution, indispensation, compensation package, won't I try put together for you? Because I don't know what the CRC did. I'm respectfully saying that. Because the first thing I want to know is where in there for me. So if Mystic say, won't I put in there for me so me can go swim, because me's a fisherman. Me need for haul my boat and put it out, and me need access for do that. If me can do my fish and festival, what you tell me about constitutional reform for it in there? So when you see the CRC in all their greatness and where you need is not in there, they're not having a conversation with you. Argument done. So you don't need to know how to read and write. If you're like me, you don't need to know how to cook. If you're like me, you don't need to know how to fix a car. You don't need a university education. You simply need to know if all the things that reflects my life, if it's not in there, you're not fulfilling your duty to me as a servant. And they have not done that. And when I can tell you, I heard all the conversations, and for me, I can tell you this. When I saw that they made recommendations and they were so strong and wrong, Trump can from a prison cell still become the president. When he becomes the president, he can pardon himself and walk out of that prison cell. I'm just letting you know this. And Jamaica thought it more fit to say we're not going to consider impeachment, but we're making it clear that for the love of me, somebody like Isat will never sit in my parliament and will never sit in the Senate. Because if you have a conviction, you cannot represent the people. That's to disenfranchise people like me. Where everywhere else in the world, that is not how it is done. So if you have to look at what it is that you need protection from, you need to know where it is that you need to increase so we can have the conversations, and it does not require a college education, because the minute a constitution gets there and starting to speak the language other than what the people understand, we've lost our way. That's my response.
Let me just make one quick comment, Mr. President.
Sure.
And that, you mentioned Cornwall, Middlesex, and so on. I need to add this. They did 2 parishes in Cornwall.
Mm-hmm.
They did 2 in Middlesex. And they did 1 in Surrey. Now, it just so happens that Surrey is the most populous county. Because Kingston and St. Andrews is still in.
Rattigan, civics not in school anymore. I'm a 45-year-old man. I don't know where Surrey is. I don't know where Cornwall. I just know say Middlesex probably in the middle of the part, in the middle of Jamaica. And I don't know where in Jamaica is the middle of Jamaica. Because when I drive in, I don't know if Montego Bay is to the left or to the right. So when you said you went to Cornwall, Middlesex, I said, sorry, what did you say? Because we don't know where it is.
And that is precisely the point I'm driving at. That people don't even know where the county lines are, right? And then you come with them with the constitution and say, this is your constitution, and we want you to support it. And the question is, you didn't even tell me about it. I mean, I don't even know what's in there. What am I supposed to support? Mr. President, you're
Can I say something, Mr. President? I want to say something quickly. What astounds me is that you have some erstwhile people on that panel. Professor Lloyd Barnett, I think, is on it, and many notable persons who are supposed to be able to interpret and explain the Constitution. And it behoves me that I read an article this morning by Peter Espute. I could not believe what I was reading, and I would encourage every Jamaican who really, he wasn't joking. He used funny language in a sense, but he wasn't joking. It was a serious matter. We're dealing with the issues that we're focused on now, some of them being dual citizenship, etc., non-enfranchisement and what have you. It is really affecting everyone in this panel and everyone in the world. And I mean, for people in Jamaica to say, why are they saying that we are ogres? Why are they saying that we are no longer Jamaicans? Why? Because it suits somebody. And you have to do the deduction in that case. And then I'm not a mathematician myself. But when you do who does it benefit? Where does it benefit? And why? And so if you keep a nation dumb and stupid, context matters. You understand me? Context matters. So therefore, you're contextually telling us that we are so darn foolish that we are not going to pay any attention, and just give us a couple of beers and all, and we'll forget what's going on. And we forget our history, and we'll forget our future. And I am telling you, we are down in the dumps. Okay? That is my concern. That when you do that, you don't follow. Let me make it also clear. I understand that the land at Blue Lagoon around it is owned by a lot of people. Well, some people, but some we know. I found that out today. Some we know who own some of the land. How is that possible? When did they buy it? When did they acquire it? Ladies and gentlemen, I see some Kuno money business going on in Jamaica, and I am tired of it. I hope you are too. I am tired of people taking us for fool. Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, panelists, we're going to open it up. Wayne, you just come in, and I know you were in the shadows for a while, and we haven't heard from you yet. Then, we want to bring you in just to bless us and greet the audience. All right, so I think we need to have you on mute.
My brothers, blessing for my brothers. Ratty, me eat liquor early, so me have liquor niggeritis, and I try, I'm a keep my eyes them open, so we just turn off the mic and the thing and draw to bungie, You have a bungie, right? Yes, man.
Yeah.
All right, Ratty, me just send you something.
You see it?
And you see it?
Yeah.
You heard about it?
No.
No, we want to hear. Me send you to. You just video to look part of this for me. I missed it. Me send you to. Poker local floating bar making waves in Ocho-Rios. The first way hear about this, $1 million poker local in the sea. That's enough for the locals, them, No. And then them tell it, say it'll benefit every Jamaican. Just read through it, Ratty. Read through it and make we dissect this.
All right.
Because the first way hear about it, yes.
Yeah, it says Tourism Minister Ed Bartlett has welcomed the US $1 million investment by operators of Poker Loco Floating Bar, the latest attraction added to the tourism resort of Ocho-Rios Center. The facility was officially opened on Saturday. Poker Loco offers a new experience in Ocho-Rios and destination Jamaica. For us, this is what tourism is about. It's about people wanting new experiences. They want to find another way of expressing themselves, and they want to meet new people. We are excited about enabling more of these kinds of activities to happen because it drives more visitors to Jamaica, Bartlett said. The tourism minister noted that the floating bar can now cater to the industry's record number of visitors expected this year. We're at a crucial point in the development of our industry, where for the first time in our history, we are anticipating some 3 million stopover visitors in 2024. This means a new dimension for generating wealth for the people of Jamaica. That's 3 million new opportunities provided for income generation. The mayor says that it opens up 80, Mayor Michael Belnavy said it opens up 80 employment opportunities. This is a unique venture, a floating dock right on the Ocho-Rios Bay. We're adding one more attraction to the tourism product, which has grown from strength to strength since COVID-19. Right here in Ocho-Rios, we're seeing now where an entrepreneur from the US has hired 80 young Jamaicans to the product. We're particularly happy about the economic expansion within the industry right here in Ocho-Rios. And let me see what else is there. Seating by reservation. It's all, according to our release from Poker Loco, the innovative concept provides visitors to Jamaica with an unforgettable adventure on the Caribbean seas, crystal clear waters, nothing but the locals.
So Ratty, which one of the locals that benefit? Because if you did have a bar in Ocho-Rios and them thing there, that cut out, because they're going to stay in the sea, in the water. And then, you wait to benefit for the Jamaican people. Somebody can clear that for me. As Isat, clear that for me now, because it's a benefit, it's well beneficial to Jamaicans. out in the water where you can't go, you know. I remember I cut off from the people that make them.
Yes, that's so there are Jamaicans who are Mr. Jeffrey Tavares can tell you is from the Vav Vum Vivavi class of people.
Will you stop mispronouncing my word, sir? It is the Vum Vavon, the Vum Vavi.
All right, so it's the Vum Vavon and the Vum Vavi. So I don't yet have my yacht, but if I had a yacht in Portland, and I heard that this was happening, I could, sail around to the floating bar on my yacht. So this is something I would welcome if I had a yacht, but I don't have one yet. So you have to check me back later when there are Jamaicans that it's an attraction for them. And I think, don't get me wrong, tourism is important to Jamaica. I'm not defending them, but where Ed Bartlett is concerned, this is just one other attraction that can get him on a billboard in Times Square because it's something that is good. No, don't get it wrong. It is something that is good because we need to make use of everything. Jamaica, the land itself is small, but certainly the waters, when you think about Lime Key, Maiden Key, all of that, when you think of the land mass, the water mass that makes up Jamaica and the nautical miles, a use of it I would never complain about, and it's just we just have to think of that. There are some people that it will benefit, and so I don't.
But them say the Jamaican people. What me I say now to you, right? If you can go to the hotel, so go have a little swim. Because you can just go through them gates and then, hey, I'm going to use the beach,
Right.
Oh, this bar going to benefit the Jamaicans overall.
Well, from a tourist minister standpoint, it's just speaking about making the US dollars that they will in turn get to give you so you can get some student loan and some NHT housing, something. That's it. It's not. Yeah, I'm just putting that out there because it's not gonna literally, but there are people who will access it if they have the money. But to answer your question, the common Jamaican won't experience this $1 million floating bar. And I mean, yeah, but enough of the Jamaicans can't cross it because they can't swim, so we have to just. But if you can't swim, float, I guess that's as far as we can take it.
But let me ask Ratty, when you read this take a while, what this tell you? Because them saying the Jamaican, it's good for Jamaican, but beneficial for Jamaican. But think about those people of them bar now, and the tourists come in, them now come on your bar.
Yeah, Wayne, Ratty is having some audio issues.
Oh.
So we're
make a art mystic then. Mystic.
Yeah. We're working on it. We're gonna get back on constitutional reform. So whatever answer we're giving, type back to the topic at hand.
No, we're gonna tie it back to that because we type back
Mystic.
to tourism.
Go ahead.
And then come back to that. Yes. Think about that, Mystic. No, turn on your mic.
Just unmute it.
Sorry about that. For me, it is not about accessibility. It's about the profitability of that entity. And since we are talking about profitability, right? How much of that revenue that is going to be made? How is that going to sustain Jamaica economy, right? Because this man is American citizen. He's American citizen. So I'm saying that if you are using Jamaica shores, right, to generate revenue, that again is going to go against the competition. That mean within the competition of competing with other local bars. And so then if you have that sort of floating thing, right, a lot of businesses who would like to be a part of, that is going to be excluded. And so then, okay, for this now to be generating X amount of dollars or whatever amount of capital injection it generates, how does that going to benefit Jamaican people? I don't understand, right? Because you can't say, you can't say it's going to benefit Jamaican people. How many Jamaican people are going to be employed if they're talking about the process of employment? I don't understand.
They said 80.
So tell me something now, Isat, let me ask you now. So all that time of the Constitution reform, because I think you'd have put Jamaica people first, right?
Like I said, the whole issue about beach access, environment, all of these come into play. And so I would only tie it in there to say that access is always important, but that's a private matter that I don't see the except for the economical value. I'm not a drinker, so I don't think I would be going out there to get myself a coconut water way out there. So I don't even know my seasick capabilities. So we can't get there where the floating is concerned. But constitutional wise, we're looking at development for the people generally, and tourism for me is only an economical benefit. And it takes away from the use and access of the resource or the land itself and anything pertinent to it. And so we have to think about that. Every time the tourist minister says something, he's saying, we're doing this and we're building this. You, the people, will lose, but you gain because of money. And I can tell you, money isn't everything in the grand scheme of things, because if we're living here, we need to be able to enjoy it without having to spend our life savings for a weekend of something. That's my take.
All right, panelists, please join in. And ladies and gentlemen, just want to apologize to those of you who have been calling in. We do have the phones open. The telephone number is 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3377. One last time, 757-655-3377. I want to apologize for those calls. I came in from Jamaica. For some reason, we are not getting the calls from Jamaica, but go ahead and keep trying. 757-655-33. Herb, I know this is right down your wheelhouse as it relates to national security, and you've heard the issue of the beach, you've heard the issue of corruption, and how would you tie everything and get that same, as we're trying to do, that same juxtaposition of the national security, the Constitution, and now these foreign direct investment that may not necessarily benefit Jamaica?
Well, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that there are different angles to these investments, and the investment have to produce monies that will possibly establish housing for the hotel staff, because that is one of the huge issues that we are having on the various coasts where hotels are, in that the hotel workers don't have adequate facilities where they are housed. Apartments, condominiums, it's totally inadequate. They have ramshackle areas that they live in, that they have to raise their kids in. They have to be at work a certain time, and they spend a long period at work, and the kids are at risk. So when they're planning Pinnacle and all these other developments, they have to include, if this is a money maker and you're going to have, say, 10 different $1 million floating bars around the island, whether it's the East Coast, the North Coast, and the West Coast, and maybe to the south, as long as it can pay for, or they dedicated some of the profits to housing settlements for the workers in the tourism industry, because they're suffering right now. They have inadequate housing. They have inadequate lighting, and the water, right? They have the same problems that every other Jamaican has, while the hotels don't have that issue, right? Everything is dedicated, the services, everything dedicated to the hotels. So in this money-making venture called tourism, they have to begin the process to take care of the workers, and at the same time maybe establish alternative water systems like the conversion of seawater, and maybe all this money that's to be made can go towards that investment.
Thank you. Let me bring in, before you guys respond, let me bring in the scholar we've been holding for a while. Caller, go ahead. You're live with the panelists.
Night.
Night.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you. Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good night to all the gentlemen on the panel. Pick up yourself, Mr. Rattigan, Isat, Herb, Wayne, Dr. What's his name?
Francis.
Dr. Francis, and the gentleman from Canada. Mr. Rattigan, you asked a very good question to Isat Buchanan just now. How can we get the Constitution information to the people of Jamaica? That is something that I was thinking about the other day, because I saw Isat on Andre's show with a book, a black book, showing that this is the Constitution that Donna Paul done. One of the things that I was thinking about is, can the diaspora build different schools in the different parishes and call it the School of Constitution, and try to educate the people of Jamaica as best as possible where the Constitution is concerned? Because if the people of Jamaica knows the Constitution, then it is hard for the government to take them for fools. One of the things that the government has been doing over the years is keeping the people of Jamaica stunned. That's the word I'm going to use. Keeping the people of Jamaica stunned.
Caller, thank you for your comment. Please take your hands off here. Will, and panelists, please keep the comments really short, because we have a lot of calls coming, going to voicemail, and people are getting frustrated. But Will, please go with your response.
Yeah, quickly. Sorry, Ratty. Ratty, you want to say something? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say quickly. I said, and all of us, we realize that there's a deficiency in that area, and so one of the things we started doing was to have a session on Reason with Rattigan, where we would go through the Constitution, sections of it, looking at different topics. And Isat went through section 3, and I've gone through the powers of the Governor General, and I have another presentation, getting ready. But that alone can't suffice. We have to have a systematic and a consistent way of doing it. So I'll defer to Isat as to whether or not schools, whether it should be taught in, well, we all agree that it should be taught in schools again, but how do we get that done? I'll defer to Isat.
Isat is out there right now, but can I also say, in addition to that, it seems to me that, just to go back to Wayne's point, and while somebody is thinking about the school thing, it's a great thing, civics again, but is that what happens with this guy having this restaurant on the water? Where does the things, we have effluents already going in the water from the hotels. Where is that, all of that going to go? Who is going to be managing that? And then we're going to talk about using seawater. I mean, I wouldn't want none of that seawater coming from that area at all. I mean, so, and this is Ocho-Rios. I mean, I don't know where they're putting it, because remember, Ocho-Rios was, kind of just a curve in the middle there. So, and I think I know where it is, nearby the big hotel there, over that side. and they're already doing all what they can over there, and the reefs are dying, right? The reefs are dying. So we have to take into consideration. Sometimes we give something, you know, but maybe they should take it back, because, and I don't have a problem with expanding tourism, but if it is not benefiting the local population, why are we getting it? Because are they taking our fruits? Are they taking our produce? Are they buying it? The water that I understand is being bought from the Dominican Republic. Yeah, and we have good water in the mountains, which is owned by some good friends of ours. I mean, right? The fact of the matter is that I don't know totally if this thing is really benefiting Jamaica. Tourism is fantastic, but there is so much to be seen on the land of Jamaica, and we're destroying the mangroves, as we were told yesterday. We're destroying every area and the water. I'm going to stop there. But the fact of the matter is that we have to be careful that when we are finished, we have a lot of buildings and no Jamaica.
Thank you, Dr. Rupert. Panelists, please keep your comments short. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Okay. Good evening, everyone on the panel. In terms of the Constitution, I have an idea how we can get the Constitution to the people. Couldn't we break it up and start from grade 6 in the school, right up also by the time the student gets to high school, grade 7, 60, they would fully know what the Constitution is all about. That is my little idea on how to get the Constitution to the people. Because you have sometimes, you have parents who can't read, but if children learn these things, they can go home and explain these things to their parents. So we should have started from grade 6 to go right up. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
If I'm able, I know that the caller before had asked the questions. I wouldn't take it as far as the diaspora be needing to build schools in order to it as a means to educate, because again, the same thing like we said, the Constitution is for the people, so it's getting into the people's hands and communicating in a language that everybody can understand. So that just like the caller, I know that voice, I know the voice, but let me leave that alone. I don't know why she's not on the panel. That's the caller. But anyway, what is important is to appreciate that everybody has to do their part to educate people. Certainly what Mr. Rattigan would have done, and in many spaces and the platforms, is to have the discussions, and the beginning is always what your rights are. As you can see, when we speak about the environment, anything that clashes with environmental rights can become problematic, and balancing in terms of the economics. Let us not discount, like I said before, that there has to be some value that comes from a floating bar. If it's even to say that it is a new attraction that benefits tourism, it has to be beneficial to the people somewhere or another. What it does in the long run, in terms of when I take up the newspaper 10 weeks straight and hear somebody drown, and they were drunk and drowned, and it happens to be in an area where the persons are going to realize that this is now going to be a part of more hardship for families because of an attraction. So was there mature consideration for it? Because money isn't everything, and protecting the environment, protecting the ecosystem, all of that is going to be important. Where I hear bar, I think about plastic cups, I think about how those things damage the mangroves, the whatever, environmental protection. But it's for the people who have dedicated their lives to that, to be able to speak out, to see if NEPA had dropped the ball or whatever. I don't know, but we have to think of it in the round as we go and have these conversations. But what is important right now, notwithstanding, is that the question that the young man had asked about how do we get the Constitution, and another question is what Constitution, because we're talking about constitutional reform, and we don't have a clue about the first constitution and whether it need reform at this particular time. And we've wasted millions to the Vavavooms. and they came and they gave the recommendations, and it says, I'm an erudite person, I'm bright, and I showed up at the meetings. I have people who I don't even think they know what's on them birth certificate, much less what's in the constitution, but them come on the panel and them put them signature to it, and they say, I represent the youth population. And yeah, you might did go school, but you never go law school. And even when you go law school, you probably don't know what's in the constitution. And so one wonders when it comes about representation, if it's a true representation, and I can respectfully say, I don't think anybody that was on that panel is a representation for for my interests and my thoughts and my ideas, because nobody had a discussion with me or anybody I'm affiliated with as to what should be in that report. And I know there are many Jamaicans who feel that way.
Thank you. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, good night, gentlemen. Great work that you're doing. I just wanted to ask Isat, if I heard correctly, there was some recommendation that the Constitution be implemented on a phased basis. Mm-hmm. Just wanted to get your take on that suggestion.
Caller, thank you for your call, and take your answer off here. Isat, go ahead.
That's a very good question, but I've said this. The Constitution is not Portmore. You cannot, this thing about phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3, you're not building houses. You're not building gated communities for your Vavavoom friends. You're not doing that. So I reject it. And in any event, even though we have to take things in doses, because the Constitution is like medicine, but rather not a phase, the starting point is the benefit to the people. So they have dropped the ball. So what I'm happy to say is that it was a wasted effort. People must speak to them, especially when it's time to vote, whether or not the taxpayers' money was wasted for a useless document, especially in light of the fact that this kind of reform was not going to take place. There was no education about the referendum. People weren't educated about the fact that it is only the people who are registered to vote who could participate in a referendum, and whether or not enough public education would have been there for people to understand the importance of what is to come. Because you see, the people who are being responsible for this, even we here who are talking, we're going to be dead in a few years, And when I say few, a day is like 1,000 years, but when we are gone, our children is going to say, who were those idiots? Who were those idiots that did this nonsense? And furthermore, who are the big jackasses, for lack of a better word, that sat by and just allowed this to happen? Mm-hmm. That is what we don't want as a legacy for the next generation to come, or 2 generations after, for them to say we had to do it over because clearly what was going on was nonsense. And that should always be the starting point, because we have to include everybody.
Thank you. Carla, go ahead. You're live with the panel.
Hi, good night all. Quick question and more of a clarification. Since this floating bar is really on water, what amount of this revenue will be reportable to Jamaica since it's on water? I don't know if there's a boundary line. And of course, who are the people behind this? Is this it sounds like a private entity, so it's a revenue Jamaican based, or since it's on water, how is that treated?
Very good. All right, good question, Carla. Take your answer off here. Wayne, you want to take a swipe at it?
He's muted. Wayne muted.
Yes, man. So it's a private entity. So if you're the private entity, the CEO, the owner for that, for them revenue. Jamaica will get the taxes. Same like the hotels, right? You get the taxes every year, you get the taxes and things. But in a private entity, them benefit. them benefit. But one thing we want to ask them, and we want to ask the government, where the effluent going to go? We want to know that how them store all these things and how them clear it. You understand? When them use them bathroom and them think, oh, them are clear it and all these kind of things. You know, these things, you know, worrying. Yes, Jeff.
All right, thank you. Jeffrey, you want to go ahead and take a swipe before I bring in the next caller? Go ahead, buddy. On
Isaac, this question I want to ask: Is it a deliberately on the government? Is it deliberately the government decide not to bring the people who live below crossroad in this constitutional reform? Because I hear people talking that they need to elect a president. It cannot be that after 62 years, we became independent in 62, and we're going to celebrate 60 years of independence. It cannot be that the Jamaican people are reforming a constitution and the people don't have a say in who their president is. So the question to you, is it that they decide not to have an elected president, they want to have a ceremonial president? Is that the case?
Like I said, there was no conversation with the public, even as you're saying that what really is a question was put to the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, but what the president are gonna do? I would ask you the same thing. Do we need a president? What is the president gonna do? Are we gonna pay somebody to behave like he's King Charles? Because I can tell you this, unless it's me, I wouldn't be voting for nobody to just be collecting money like the Governor General who collect money for elevator.
Exactly.
I don't even know why he needs an elevator. I don't know if him foot now work. No disrespect to him. I don't know. I'm just saying, do we need that? And maybe we do structure of government. These things are conversations that they never told us and they didn't say it in a language so people can understand. So I'm now representing the man who don't have the understanding. So when you ask that question to me, albeit I know it, there are people who are there saying, but what that for? Because we are replacing something. And should we elect a president? What am I saying? I think we should elect our judges. I think we should elect who the commissioner of police is. I think we should elect every servant. We should elect them. Whether and all things must be for a time. So save and accept for the judges who have security of tenure, and we know why that is. But even the election process simply says that at some point we are going to have to live with the choices that we make. Because then it puts us in the back end to know that persons who talk about, I know about a vote, it don't make no difference. Is them making the most noise right now, you know? People who allowed it, not the persons who vote, the people who fail to dip their hand in ink, fail to register, fail to educate the persons and have the conversations. There is also a public duty, a duty to your fellow citizens to make sure that the diaspora isn't disenfranchised. So when you guys go and protest and you guys are educating, this is so important. So for the love of me, when I hear somebody who barely can buy lotion to rub them heel back and them here in Jamaica and the sun hot, and we can't afford to turn on the AC, and we are styling ourselves for come out of our business, but we can't wait till December for begging the barrel under the choir. But not tell nobody, you know, Wayne, just send the barrel for me, but not tell them. Those kind of people, I'm responding to them because this is the type of hypocrisy. So when you said they didn't include anybody from Crossroads, that's a big misconception because there are people who was on the CRC. It's not Uptown them born. Let me explain something to you. Just because they forget that some of their mother and father is selling a market, it doesn't make a difference. True. Just like I don't go around popping style and behave like my father is not a ghetto man. Or some people say my mother too. Whatever. Doesn't make a difference because you must know your history because where you're coming from have a lot to do with where you're going. Because you must not forget your past. How did they forget that some of them were poor? How did they forget that his Michael Manley give them free education? How did we forget that some of our ancestors were put in slavery? Mm-hmm. Because when you think of state of emergencies, that should never be allowed to happen. So when you say, I promise you, the CRC, break it down. Some of them, yeah, proper market people. Mm-hmm. Notwithstanding.
Ratchet, before you speak, yeah. Caller, just hold the line. I know you've been waiting for a while. Ratchet, go ahead.
No, what I wanted to do was to kind of mention to you that the last segment, we want to take on what happened yesterday at the business conference, because I think Herb and Herb, one second. Oh. Herb and Rupert, they reached out to me and said that if they would like the last segment to be about that, because there were some disturbing things said yesterday, and they would like to make some comments about it because they didn't want it to go unnoticed or unchecked. So that's it.
Yes, a caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yes, thanks for allowing me on the program again. Good evening, everyone. I just want to, so first of all, I agree with Isat that everybody should be elected and we should have one president. There's no need for two presidents. That's a way of our president and a prime minister. That's a waste of money, right? Just like you're spending money on the governor general just to do ceremonial duties, wave hand and kiss babies and things like that. That's a waste of money. We need one president, and the president should be elected. On the other hand, as it relates to constitutional reform, I think the centermost discussion should be around land ownership. If you don't own land, you don't own anything, right? If we own the land, we wouldn't have these problems with beach access, right? Because we would have had the land, would have had more power, and we would have had more say-so. And as it relates to the judges, I think that we should empower our elected officials to select the judges, because that's what we're building towards. We're building towards a trustworthy society. And we're going to elect competent people and trustworthy people. And the system that we're going to form is going to hold them to account. That's what constitutional reform is. And another thing, I think that there should be a land freeze at this point. We shouldn't have foreigners coming and still buying up our land, especially when we're going through constitutional reform. So
all right,
that's my submission for today.
All right, appreciate it. Let me squeeze one in real quick. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Hi, good night, everyone. Okay,
Yeah.
anybody on the panel can answer this question. Okay, this is in regards to the Prime Minister's statutory deduction. I am looking right now on Section 41 of the Integrity Act.
Caller, hold a second. Jamaica, I know you've been calling the whole time. I want you to hold the line. I get you this time. Just hold the line. All right, ma'am. Go ahead. You were looking at the section of this Constitution for the statutory declaration. Go ahead.
Right. Act of 2017, and I am under this section parliamentarians and public officials. And at the latter, it says the final statutory declaration. And it says within 12 months after the meeting office or loss of election or resignation, retirement, then that's the last of the Prime Minister to hand in his statutory deduction. Now, time has passed, more than time. And of course, we don't see where he needs the meeting office. So I'm thinking then if he's probably waiting to see if he's going to win the election to declare a statutory deduction, because it says if he lost the election, right, loss of election, and of course it's not retirement. So then the question is, what can the IC do in all of this to have the Prime Minister give in a statutory deduction? What can they do? Right? Because final statutory declaration stated clearly when and how he has to do that, and it has not been done.
All right.
So
Thank you
what
for your
next?
question.
Where do we go from here?
Thank you for your question. Panelists, before you answer that, let me just grab the other caller real quick. Sir, thank you so much for your persistency. You're live with the panel. Go ahead with your question.
So good night. Good night to the panelists.
Yes, good night.
My question is, don't you think that the CRC should pay back Jamaica taxpayer money for that kind of garbage that they put out?
Do you have a follow-up? Do you have a follow-up for that? I'm going to free up the line. Do you have a follow-up, or you just want him to answer that one question?
Yeah, but just that one question.
All right, thank you for your persistency. I'll turn back over to the panel, and that's going to be our final call because we're going to move into a different era discussion. Appreciate your call, caller. Panel, who want to take those two thoughts? Who want to go?
Can I just say it first? One, no, they shouldn't pay them back. The CRC should have 3 more phases of meetings, and each of them should be paid $70 million for each meeting. So at the end of it, Jamaican taxpayers' money feel it, and then they don't get any ventilators, nothing for Christmas, and everybody suffer. That's the first thing. And I hope when they finish, I hope the next document they put out in phase 2 is a 300-page document, and it's published in Spanish and Italian. Yeah. The next thing now, the lady who called about the statutory declarations, you should be concerned about dual citizenship, because if any day the dirty 30 ever end up in Parliament and the Senate, we have a serious problem, and the fabric of Jamaica is going to be deteriorated because Wayne Lonesome wants to stop our floating bars. How dare you worry about statutory declarations when you have British citizens and people from St. Lucia and America sitting in Parliament, and you're worried about statutory declarations and 36. The dirty 30 want to take over Jamaica, and they're worried about illicit 6. But they must go to a bed about statutory declaration. Leave the Speaker of the House husband alone and mind your business. Spice have a whole song about that. Thank you.
Yes, Isaac, we get it.
Come on, guys, jump on it. Who want to go on it?
Listen, there was a question earlier about the presidency.
It's this thing that have to put in the. You got another call?
Unfortunately, nobody brought up the fact that you can't have the Prime Minister in Parliament influencing and bullying the rest of Parliament, bullying members of the cabinet. You need, if you're going to have a cabinet, you need to separate them from the legislature. The Constitution does call for legislature, executive, and judiciary. So you have to separate them out, right? Put your president with his cabinet. Let them all be voted on. And then you can, if you desire, leave a prime minister inside of parliament so that they can come up with the planning and direction for whichever party is in power. All that means is you have a head guy in there running the legislature. We should not have a problem if you separate them out. If the cabinet is doing something and you have the members of the cabinet being confirmed by the House and Senate, then I think the Senate also, they should be voted on. And then they can stay in there for extended period. We are sticking too close to this medieval system of the UK. And they can't get away from it. It's right, they're tied to it.
But what I'm saying though, it cannot be that we're reforming our constitution and the people of the country do not elect a prime minister. The prime minister is appointed. It cannot be. And that's all I'm saying.
The presidency you're talking about.
The presidency, yes.
Yeah.
It cannot be.
Yeah.
It cannot be. And we, the people, must demand that we have a say in the reform of this constitution. It cannot be that Marlene Miller, who fought or whatever she want him, dictate to us that we must have a ceremonial president. That's what they believe is good for the country. No. No. We must stand up in this country and demand what we want. A government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And the time has come for all of us to stand up in this country and tell this government and tell the PNP too, because they are saying they want ceremonial president. No. We must elect what we want in this country. Sorry for being so outrageous.
I also want to
ask a question. Just a quick question to the whole panel. I want to know, the people of Jamaica will say, "Una left Jamaica and go foreign and run off on a mount." Because that question came up earlier, you know. Una they are foreign with foreign self, and we don't have to suffer, and una want tell we what to do and all we to do with things. What about we? Our right to choose where we want. What if we want it so? What if we want to stick with JLP and labor right? We're not down there to tell you what to do. We're there foreign and run off on a mouth. What about that response? How do you guys respond?
Look at us respond to that. Quick for you. Look at us. You are quick thing for you. Okay. You see, like how them say that, only thing we are going to do in Ratty, hear this. Hear the solution to this. All we do with us, keep our money yes, and keep our barrel there. Yeah? And make us see the country run. And make us save the big boys them up at that.
Wait, hold on. I have to interrupt you, sir. Because here what now? I challenge the argument here already. Because guess what? When Mama Arthritis take her and she want her pill, hold on. Hold on there. When Mama sick, or me know say me left my youth in my yard and them a grow, and want to send down her shoes, send down her barrel. Even though me may have grievances with the government, me still have an obligation to my family. How do you square the circle there?
But hold on, say for your family, I say the same thing. Them have got suffer the good, suffer for the bad. Because your family feel know better than that. Because you cannot work hard in a snow, in a sun where hotter than the sun we're down there. When them sun you still like to them, I drive and I'm look around 37. You have to 37, you know, Celsius 37. You know that around something that I can do. I go out in the 100 or something, right? Yes. Right? You drive this and you turn up your AC and you still feel hot in your car. Yeah? And you go through all of this and you still send nearly $4 billion a year. We in the diaspora. And then you look down upon me like we are nothing. It will stop. Stop it. Plus, you have to add in the barrels them too, you know. Remember, tourism will give you 1.7 last year. 1.7 billion. In the pandemic, if I never win at the diaspora, Jamaica sink like Titanic. Them get nearly 4 billion in the pandemic, like year after year. And them say,
that's with you know, Mr. Wayne.
Yes, bro.
And that's with you know. Where I bring up the $4 billion for? Where I bring up the barrel for? And that, we just love bring up the money. And we're not there down with it. Wow, we not have freedom of expression.
Listen,
we can't.
I want to say this, that this matter of, I think it must be a joke with the people making, because in terms of the remittances, they want us to say, to enrage the people by saying we're going to affect the poor people's money. That is a ruse that has been used by politicians all this time. We have to stop that. We love our country and we want to, but they must understand that they have to love themselves first. They have to understand that they have to become responsible. They have to learn to read and write. You can't have my name on a bulla. My God, it's about time everybody gets an education so that we can know what we're doing and we can have a future. The man just came on, Mr. Professor, and told us what is causing the problems in Jamaica. Okay, he came here as a naturalized Jamaican, and he's telling us, are we not even listening? How are we gonna? We're losing heads every day. We're losing people. What more do we want? How can you blame the diaspora for that? We came here to work, to send back money to Jamaica. It's about time Jamaicans understand that they must get up and stand up for their rights and stop trying to blame other people. Okay, and that's the issue. So we know what we need to do. We can't stop with that foolishness. It is a 3-card trick. We must understand that we can choose, and if we have our money, who wants to send it back, send it back. Okay? But I say to you, please respect that matter, Jamaicans. Everybody, everywhere. And stop the foolishness, stop selling the foolishness like a 3-card man to the people. Because that's what you're doing. And it's not right. They're going to find out one day. And when they find out, then chickens will come home to the roost.
Let me just say that this argument that, we should stay foreign and keep our mouth shut and we shouldn't care about what happened in Jamaica, that is a meal that is being fed to people by the Jamaican government. Jamaican people, our relatives who get the barrel and who get the money, them no feel away there. And the ones who, in my experience, the ones who say that, the ones you hear who say something like that, are the people who Jeffrey described as a vumvava, vumvavi, right? Them people are complaining about it because they want the status quo. Them don't want we come in and make change because they've been living high after hog. So that's why them say that. But the idea that the impression that Jamaican people as a whole feel that way about the diaspora is absolutely false. I don't buy into that narrative.
But you know what, Ratty, right? I will not waste time in terms of a monkey who's trying to be a babu. Now, the reason for that is that that gentleman don't know that many of us in the diaspora, right, we are paying taxes in Jamaica, right? For those of us, and many of us, right, who work the money here and building our homes in Jamaica, right? We have to pay our land taxes. So I don't know where he get that from, right? And so then he has to understand, and this is one of the reasons why one of the fundamental things with this constitution reform right now is dual citizenship. Because the thing is, this government, right, is not pursuing, as we talk about the politics of inclusion. The politics of exclusion is what the Jamaica Labour Party is executing. And so then, when I talk about dual citizenship and our full participation in terms of the electoral process and the possibility that, we can make representation from Parliament, right? That should be, considered as it relates to, the politics of inclusion, right? Now, yes, it's okay when we talk about the constitution that provide as it relates to Commonwealth citizens, right, who can make representation in Parliament. But you have to remember, and in extension, it is not only Commonwealth citizens, right, is in the diaspora. You have several people from out of the United States of America, right? So what to do? No, and these are persons who are participating as it relates to the remittance. So how could you just say, okay, all right, even if the Constitution, right, allows Commonwealth citizenship? If you are going to talk about the politics of inclusion, why not just consider that now to say that, okay, based on certain factors, let us extend this to also include, right, persons who have dual citizenship, you understand, from the United States, right? So Commonwealth and non-Commonwealth, we are all Jamaicans, particularly, we are talking about Jamaicans by birth, right? We are only taking citizenship in the sense of naturalization, right? And so then for any Jamaican who in the diaspora, they are working with the vision of coming back home. So then why treat us in another way how you are treating us, right? As it relates to what we are doing, right? And the contribution that you are getting from us, right? Because if you are going to say then, I mean, you're going to exclude, right? And one of the reasons why Andrew Holness is doing that, because Andrew Holness is very petty. He's extremely petty. Now to the fact that the diaspora is going against him, right? This is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness is doing that. No other reason. Because he's not getting support from the organic diaspora, right? And so then that is the reason why Andrew Holness is doing this. You're going to do a constitution reform. Consider that all Jamaicans are Jamaicans, whether they want to be in the Commonwealth or non-Commonwealth. We are all Jamaicans, right? And we are contributing to our country in a very significant way. So I believe, and I am supporting, that persons with dual citizenship, right, should be allowed to serve. That is my subjective opinion, and I yield back.
And I agree with you, if I may, sorry, if I may. I agree with you, because it has been going on for many years in this country that dual citizens have been serving in the Parliament of Jamaica. And the lie to us gonna lie to us come. And you have some people who lives in the diaspora. All they want is order of all this and order of all that. They are down there in Jamaica. And you think that they'll raise the topic to the Prime Minister? No, because all they want to take picture. I take picture with the Prime Minister. A time has come for all of us. Every single Jamaican, take off your orange, take off your green, and stand up for those people who live up in Cherry Garden and Narbrook and up at St. Andrew. You people, what do you think you're doing? You all think you're making the country better? Mr. President?
I just want to say one thing, just for me. We cannot do this without funds. So far, a lot of us have been making a lot of sacrifices. Ratty can't beg not even a penny. Ladies and gentlemen, send the money, come give Ratty, and make him learn over it. But just see, Mr. President, and the rest of them on the better start beg. Because we need the money in order to beat them back. Because they are coming after us. They're coming. Right? And we need funds in order to get this done.
And if the trouble is not going to be a bam bam.
It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Right? And
let me just say that I just opened my computer, right? Because I'm in a travel status. I mean, even if I ask for brethren for help me, because the tablet I was using, all of a sudden it just conked out on me. So I'm actually using my telephone now, and I just opened my computer. And that's why I keep telling our people, and I mentioned it yesterday, that the Chinese have a proverb. It says that if you have a year, if you're planning for a year, sow rice. If you're planning for a decade, plant trees. And if you're planning for a lifetime, educate your people. Because I've been telling everyone, file your ATIs, file your ATIs, file your ATIs, file your ATIs. Because no matter how much the government might try not to give you information, at some point they will have to give you some information. And if they don't give you the information you need, then you need to appeal to the tribunal, or you appeal to the minister, and barring that, we go court. Now, I have a document here I just received, and I'll go into it on Saturday, but I just want to show you the importance of an ATI. This document now is giving me information about Minister Morgan, the Prime Minister, and it's also telling me now that the Integrity Commission don't have a damn sense. They don't know what they're doing. They do not, and I'm going to reveal this document on Saturday when we have our program. But I just got it dated June 18th. Today I just opened the computer and it came from the office of the Prime Minister. And it's amazing the things that I'm reading right now inside of this document. So people, you know what? We're going to do another tutorial. We did one a while back. We're going to do another tutorial on how to submit your ATIs to the government of Jamaica to obtain information. You cannot let this golden opportunity slip past you, because right now it is my belief that they're trying, based on the fact that I'm getting a lot of information and I reveal it to all of you. I know that at some point they're going to try and reduce the amount of information that they will provide via this avenue, because it's going to be a problem for them. And the thing is, they have to give you the information, and no matter how them style it and write it, we are no idiot. We can read between the lines and we can read between the lies. And Saturday, tune into this. I want to yield to Herb and Rupert because they wanted to talk about the crime issue, and I think we all will have something to say once we hear what their take is on what took place yesterday at the business conference in Montego Bay. Thank you, President.
Your time, Herb. Your time, Herb.
Unmute your mic, Sir Herb.
Your mic. Tell him.
Herb, go ahead. We can't hear you. All right, Doc, you want to go first?
Yes, let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, I just decided to listen to various parts of the presentation about crime.
I can't hear, Doc.
You can hear me?
We can hear him.
Yes. I don't know what is happening, but yes. And so I just wanted to go on.
Is Doc supposed to be speaking? I can't hear you.
But,
Herb, can you hear me, Herb? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, Herb. But
Herb, we can't
hear you. I hear you now.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I'm saying I had the privilege, and so did Herb, to hear some of the presentations. And they had 4 presenters. One was the Commissioner of Police. One was a member of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. One was a young lady who claimed to have psychic qualities, or she speaks about social issues and mental health. And the last person, I'm not sure what they did, but they were asking some degree of questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you this right now. The current commissioner seems to be a nice guy. However, he had no clue. He made no clue as to how he would deal with approaching the idea of reducing crime and violence. No, as a matter of fact, it wasn't the commissioner. Sorry, it was your friend there, Mr. President. What's your name again? You know who I'm talking about?
Deputy Commissioner.
Fitzbailey, that is the correct man. Fitzbailey, your friend. Where you going like you don't know Fitzbailey? And the fact of the matter is that the man said everything reduced. Everything reduced, crime reduced, this reduced, them they're able to catch people. The only people they're able to catch is the people who cause pro God. I mean, right in front of everybody, and everybody get up and clap. What a set of people that? How can you clap on that? The man has done absolutely nothing to reduce crime and violence. If you can tell me, say you have a 5% reduction in crime and violence, and many of the cases are going up in murders and what have you, and then they don't even mention the fact that we have 2,000 children and others also are missing, and nobody know where they are. Okay, yet everything is hunky-dory. Oh, we can now open up. In fact, what hurt me is one of my colleagues that I was in the military with got up and said that him can't open him door around a vineyard town where he hope nobody don't hear him. Because it's ridiculous. Okay, open your door. You're a madman when? And you have things inside where people come from you. Come on, give me a break. That cannot be true. And brother, may I call it, no, Colonel, may I call it just Colonel. Come, wheel and come again with that, because that is not true. I know you're trying, I know you're working hard, and I know you're praying, but that one is far beyond me. Secondly, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just cut in and add something to what you just done said. That same gentleman in September 2016, that same gentleman got up from the back of the room in a town hall meeting.
Yes, in New York.
Yes, and he walked up to the microphone and he said, "Mr. Prime Minister, I have the solution to crime in Jamaica, and it's right here in my hands." And the Prime Minister said, "Bring it and give it to one of my aides in the front." And one of the aides went and took it. We must ask him now, his plans, have they been implemented? Why him can't sleep with him doing those and doors opening a vineyard town or not? Because the last time I spoke to that gentleman, he told me that the government largely ignored him. So I don't know how half a sudden them jump on the bandwagon with them. I don't know how we reach this up. But at the time,
listen to me. You are so correct. I got a copy of it. You may have it right. We're not sure anything. I have a copy of it electronically. And I'm sure Herbert have it electronically too. The point I'm trying to make is, why are people backpedaling now? They reach them and get to them. right? And they're not getting to me. I am telling you, because it's ridiculous. Don't talk about say, me beg your work. Me beg your work for do what? No, but everybody knows how foolish is that, because I'm one of those guys. If the man then come and offer me a old dog, right? I'm not taking the old dog, but I take the work. You understand me? I'm not, yeah, me I tell you the truth, the work better than the old dog. So anyway, or the old drunker. The fact of the matter is, you know, ladies and gentlemen, they get me vexed because they know it's lie and it's not true. No, the second person, my friend, who was on the panel with us, June and Kevin. Kevin get up, and Kevin is a correction man. Good guy. Served good in the Canadian Army and all that sort of thing. Great guy. But the fact of the matter is incorrect. Him said that, you know, we in the diaspora, we tend to come down to Jamaica and we tend to trying to tell Jamaica what to do. Kevin, how you can say that when you know that we went down to Jamaica, we sat with them, all of the brass down there, we started working with them, and the man them refused. One of them Steve the 5 points that in what we had put down that we're going to approach. The steal our Safer Cities initiative, right? And all of that, and yet and I wrote to them and asked when Mr. Chan was appointed, do you want our help? Him say yes, and up to now, listen to me, him come and then him ignore it and him insult me. No, let me tell you, that is the second one. So, and he said, no, he said something further. Let me tell you something, gentlemen. When I was in Iraq or wherever it was, you know, and I went to the general, and the general said, you know, why can't we? Let me tell you something. If you come, when people come to say they want to help, how can I help you? No. We just come down, and you can ask us first, how can we assist you? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have letters, I have information, so does Herb, that says we wish to assist you. So please, anybody who has passed through our little thing, according to them, or Dirty 30 or whatever, you will see it written in paper. And I am upset about it because people must not do that. We're going to fix that though. Next, go ahead.
Let me add another piece to that. This gentleman that you mentioned, named Kevin Jr., he has been designated by the government of Jamaica, not by the diaspora. He has been designated by the government of Jamaica to serve in a sector called citizen security. Him are the person who is supposed to come up with all the plans to stop the guns from going to Jamaica in a barrel, from the drugs from coming into Jamaica, everything that having to do with the diaspora. That's his responsibility. He operates out of Canada. No, that man is a colossal failure. I haven't seen a single document from him targeting the diaspora to say, listen, how can we help our country? Let's get together, let's put together a plan to deal with the shippers so that we can work with the shippers to see where the barrels are coming from, who's sending the barrels. So let's see if we can somehow have imaging of the barrels. Let's work together with the DEA, ATF, FBI, HSI, and all the other entities. That's his job. Instead, him go down there and him a cut games way.
Yes.
Where,
you know, hold on. Let me tell you something. I saw that coming. Now, when he never answer a call. Let me just make it quite clear. He's a good man. I mean, personally, that I know him. But the point is, and he's a godly man, supposed to be a godly man. And so if me a lie, you know how to go pray for me. The fact of the matter is that you cannot be a part of the task force team. Whereas you can talk to any of us at any time. This whole heap of way now, them says a few, but it's not true. It's not the dirty 30, it's plenty 30. And let me make it quite clear. And we have lots of people. Since this is happening, they have called in. Captain Peter Whittingham, writing, Senator, and so, you know, and all those people. We're talking about expert beyond expert, you know, gentlemen, who were in the Jamaican, and yet they're coming to talk foolishness. Listen to me. They don't plan secure Jamaica. They're not securing nothing. They don't know how to do it. And because you know why? Because they have the gangs, they know who they are, and they can get them, and the gangs is running them instead of them running the gangs. That's why they're afraid of my name, the Adams, because they know the Adams will take them all out, regardless. No,
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. He may be good, he may be godly, but sadly, him no know where mother. Him no have no clue where mother. Believe me, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Okay. Take all of the people in a citizen security where you want to appoint. Take all of the previous commissioners, all of them who are alive, put them in our room, and you can put me on one side alone. Me never go about get the rest of them involved because the rest of them come inside it over from the shout. But just put me and let them look on it in terms of numbers. I'm going to beat them street and lane when it comes to crime and security and deal with problems in a Jamaica or anywhere else. They not have, when me forget since me left, is more than what them ever experienced in them life. I mean, not forget much. And when me forget more than what them experienced throughout their entire life. These people, let me tell you something. These people were down there and I wrote them more about crime and security and all of this nonsense. And I heard Mr. Fitzbailey talk about crime gone down. Shame on you, Mr. Fitzbailey. You know better than that. Stop selling the people them a bag of lies. And the poor people them who don't know no better down there like lamb being led to the slaughter. A clap. Them don't ask him. Listen, one fact them have to ask Mr. Bailey. It's Mr. Bailey, when this government took over, the murder rate was 1,208 and the government complained and campaigned on it. And as a result of that, the people believed in them and said, all right, 1,208 too high. We have to have a change of government to deal with this crime problem here. Since 2016, since 2015, it was 2015, 1,208. Since 2016, Jamaica has not been anywhere near 1,208. That is the fact. That is what measure it up against. Because lonesome give me an even lower number. Lonesome lie.
Hold on, let me tell you this. The third person, the lady, what the heck does she know about crime? What does she know about the biopsychosocial effects of crime? What? She doesn't know. She's talking. I mean, people can talk what they want to talk, but they cannot do the work. If they can go through a Safer Cities initiative, all of the various things that can bring communities together, do they know that we have communities in Jamaica that we have been working with that is rid of the crime and the communities are involved? Do they know that? No, not because we don't have done a fly. You think we want to use you to use my fat and fry me? Go ahead.
Here's why. Right. Here's why you can't put me. You can't put me on one side of the table and put the rest of them on the table. I'm gonna beat them street and lane people. Here's one reason why. Me I look for lock up people. Me I look for put on some bangle on people. Them now look for do that. Them I look for people, give them little perks and little this and little that. Me now look for that. Me I look for put people in prison because you know why? There are people there who deserve to be in prison. Prison in America, prison in England, prison in Canada, and prison in Jamaica. Prison, me say.
I just said that to them. I just said that right. That's why they refuse the prison from Blair, because they know they'll be going in it first. That's why they refuse the prison. So they never want a prison that can hold them. They want to go down to the other one and they can walk out when they want to.
Listen, that's why they don't want me, because me I tell you already, me have it in my mind, me have it in my intention, I me have the people when me that come with, I me already tell them who fit. All right.
Let me. All right, hold on. Let me just.
We just want to say one thing before you come in. I mean, I ask you to know. You know, say you have a visitor commit suicide today in Westmoreland.
Yes,
you know, so the police went to the hotel, pick her up because she want to commit suicide. You know what them do? Carry her, go lock her up. We think they might carry her to the doctor and restrain her, and she just want to use the bathroom and kill herself. Let me say we can't hear it. We can't believe it. You have to hear to believe it.
No,
you know the thing about the place. Now we're going to talk about it, but hear this.
Investigators are feeling the deaths of a British national at the Borough Police Station in Westfield. The woman has been identified as 57-year-old Justine Zenda Templeman, who resides in San Francisco, California. She reportedly committed suicide this morning shortly after being taken into custody by the police. That have been becoming faultless as the agency is investigating whether police personnel failed to follow the protocol established to protect the lives of persons in care.
Any death in the custody of the security forces is a matter for INDECOM's investigation. The commission will trace the entry of the citizen into the custodial system, the circumstances governing that introduction to the custodial system, the experience of the deceased person while in custody, any particular protocol that should have been followed, and all the medical steps taken.
The Jamaica News is informed that the police were called to hotel property this morning following reports that the Briton had attempted to take her own life. She was then taken to the police station out of concern. Ms. Templeman reportedly asked to use the restroom, and upon realizing that she had not come out after some time, the police went to investigate. She was found with a belt of her bathrobe around her neck. She was pronounced dead by a medical team. The police at the moment has also ordered a probe into the incident.
No, you answer me now and tell me. Barely them what this, Somebody sick want to take them life. What you do? Lock them up? And she want to use bathroom and carry her with her belt and everything. Lock her up? Want to call life? Maybe she have a meltdown. We think you have to call to hospital this train and make sure she all right. Say a psychiatrist or something. It's a visitor this, What you gonna call up? What that do? No, you have to answer me, Ratty. You are telling me certain people are right to themselves?
The point is this, Wayne, that you have an expert panel there in Jamaica talking, right? And chatting nonsense. What they should have done is ask them, what should you do? Because one of the things we do here in the US, when you go to into jail and you are a threat to yourself, they'll take away your shoelaces, they take away your belt, right? They might even put you in a gown so that you don't hang yourself with no part of your clothing, right? That and if you go into the bathroom, then somebody's gonna be assigned to be at the door, and they even have to look in on occasion. A female police officer, even a male if you don't have a female. But it's ridiculous. It should never happen. Now, if you look at the mishaps that since this police commissioner took over, he was having his fireside chat today. But he never once said he wanted his force to be more professional in their approach to the citizens of Jamaica. You have policemen gunning down people, right? Shooting them up bunch of times when they identify them without a weapon, right? You have the police woman grab the woman by her hair. They put them a string around like they play pata cake, right? The bottom line with that is, if you have a swarm technique and you use you call a backup to you and the other person, obviously the man didn't want to get involved because they must afraid the woman scratch him. But if you had 4 people there, take her off her feet, she's inside of that vehicle and she's cuffed, right? When he had the chance to go around to the other side of the vehicle to pull her in, he stood up and watched his partner struggle with the woman. These are scenarios that they practice, takedown scenarios that they have to practice. And it's obvious these guys have very little practice, very little to talk about. But what I wanted to say is you have people there who we have worked with, and they understand our approaches. They understand we have professional officers from sergeants all the way to captain. And these officers have seen it all and done it all. Some of them have doubled up as military going to Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Some of the equipment that we use to identify, to record the biometrics, the iris scan, the fingerprint, the DNA, all that equipment that I told Kevin about, that we can use to record people moving from one end of the island to the next. They have no job, they have no fixed address, they have no other source of assets that people supporting them, and they're moving around as if they have all the money in the world, and they have vehicles driving, they have to pay for gas and everything. When you run into those people at hours of the night or during the day, and you're able to stop them and you record them, what that does, it narrows down the path for people to move around and put their drugs, put their weapons, and put their human trafficking. These are all forms of trafficking you're putting a stop to, right? Simply by having some of the equipment I mentioned to Kevin that's needed. But instead of talking about that, which he probably didn't even read up on it, he had very little to say, and he went to the place and he played their game of blaming us, the diaspora, that we don't know no better, right? That we are demanding things that we never once demanded anything from these people. We made suggestions and we asked them, if you want us to come in and talk about it, we are available. We have teams available. They have never taken us up on it. So the bottom line is, he needs to go back and regroup again. Because Ratty was saying, the things that he has to concentrate on now, he needs all of our input. And rather than, go in there and talk nonsense, he should have called on us to give him some ideas as to what to say. Because obviously he does. The best thing I know he does down there is with the JCCF, the Combined Cadet Corps, and he teaches, occasional classes to them. Nothing else. So
let me add. Sorry.
Go ahead,
no, I just want to say that you're absolutely correct, ladies and gentlemen. We've been doing this a long time, and people had the audacity the other day to ask the question, "What do we know about crime?" We have a lot of information about crime. What Professor came in earlier and said is not anything that is foreign to any of us here who have been in the system. What we would like to do, however, is to make people understand that the lady that came on, the final lady who, apparently she would handle social issues, which obviously we need to use social issues. There are people who need it. There are people in Jamaica who need this assistance and what have you. And we need people, look at what happened with the children in the schools and the breakout in schools and what have you. And, ladies and gentlemen, let me make it understand. This is not about us. It's about our people. It's about those who can't afford the things that we can afford. So please, let us do the right thing. Let us work with the diaspora, this One Jamaica Legal Defense, our people, and the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. And let us tell any government, listen, we are here to work with you for the benefit of Jamaica. We are not looking accolades. We are here to work with you for the betterment of Jamaica. And let me tell you, I know that people are listening. Everywhere you go, people are listening. Spread the word. Do not be afraid, because you know that is the right thing to do. Gerb, and everybody else, I thank you very much. I thank the people. But as I said before, we cannot do it alone, and you should not expect us to do it alone. You have to have our backs, and you have to support us, because if you do not support us, we cannot do anything for you anymore. That is how, and that's what they would like. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Hey guys, just have to put a plug on it. We're coming up to the end of the evening. It's almost 11 o'clock. Would like to invite our participants to please donate to our fund. The information is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can hop on over to the website, ojldf.net. This is absolutely critical for the advancing of what we're doing here. So as we come down to the end of the broadcast, I would like to have our panelists make their final thoughts and comments. I am going to start with the most handsome in the group, which would be me, but I'll say the closing prayer. So let me, Mystic, you haven't said much, man. What's up with that? Wife in the dinner with you, you just feel like, the element. Oh. Go ahead, Mystic. Your final thoughts, sir. Nah, you're it. Unmute.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. The final thoughts for me is that we all here seeking good governance. And obviously, we all observe that, we are in a crisis as it relates to good governance, right? We have seen where the Prime Minister, right, is in a prickle, obviously, because, if you check, all countries that deal with, the Westminster style of governance, there is none, as far as we concern in modern time, that you'd have a prime minister, as it relates to a Westminster governance, that going 3 years without statutory declaration being certified, right? It is totally nonsense. And what makes matters worse, you have a PSOJ that is dead silence, right? And when I look at these issues, right? It's so amazing and to see that you have a DPP, right, want to force herself into, right, get back into office to ensure that she wants to protect the status quo of the corruption. And so that it is evidently clear as it relates to what all of us are witnessing. So, we have to say that all of us, we need to put our voice together, right, in seeking, this good governance. And I am shocked as it relates to that these things can happen and we don't see any outcry in Jamaica. A government, right, not having a statutory declaration being certified, and there's no outcry. No outcry. Right? So apart from us in the diaspora saying what we are saying and try to hold the government accountable, right? In some other countries, I believe that people would have marched out, right? People would have congregated to say, look here, enough is enough, right? And this is what gives me a shock, that I can't believe that the Prime Minister, right, is looking forward in going into a general election. It's madness. The corruption is so apparent. You have the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. Let me speak this and make people understand it. The Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, right, that Andrew Holness' wife sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, and now that they are pushing that the investigator, the Integrity Commission investigators report must now bypass Parliament and go to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. No, this is crazy, because guess what? Juliet Holness, and I'm not going to hesitate it. Juliet Holness, you are one of the 6. You are one of the 6. And then you sit on the Oversight Committee. How does that make sense? That you, right, under investigation, want a case to come to you, to the Oversight Committee, for you to investigate, for you to look over your own case? This is madness, and people don't see that. Well, if people don't see that, I am telling the people, this is what the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee is doing right now in Parliament, right? Trying to put in laws so that, right, the Integrity Commission investigators report, right, should no more take the route to go to Parliament first, but go to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, where the criminals sits on to look over their own investigation. That is madness, and there is no outcry. There is no outcry. This is madness, and I yield back.
Dr. Francis, go ahead, sir.
I want to thank you for the opportunity again. Thank you, Mystic. Listen to me. I always say Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. I mean, my God, I can't even drink. I'm not very good at it. But the fact of the matter is that they obviously think that all of us are drunk in this country, and part of this country. We need for them to understand that it is time that we are in charge, and there must be some degree of pattern that leadership has integrity. Leadership can be depended upon, and the people of Jamaica need that type of person or persons to lead them into the right way. Okay? Otherwise, Jamaica cannot foster, because cannot prevail. Look at the other countries that have prevailed. All I'm asking you for, if you love Jamaica, please do the right thing. We know that some people love money more than they love Jamaica. Okay? There are 30 pieces of silver and more. But the fact of the matter is that we need a country that we can depend on at the top. We are God's gift to the world. Let us prove that by loving our people first and putting ourselves last. That's all I ask of our leaders. That's why you were elected. That is why you're elected. And please stop lying to the people. Thank you very much. And the people must support. The people outside, stop listening to foolishness and deduce to yourself, because you know it's wrong. And you don't hear so even the pastors, them silent. Everybody's silent. Have you ever seen that before in Jamaica? Come on, give me a break. I'm Hussein Bill gone and not coming back here. Done with you.
Jeffrey.
Dr. Francis, if it's trouble, it's not going to be a bam bam.
Is that right?
You know, we come on here and we have given everyone an earful and mouthful for everybody to sit down and take into consideration what we have said and the two persons we have brought on to speak to us. My fellow Jamaicans from all walks of life, we cannot continue be dubbing each other as PNP and JLP. The time has come for all of us, every single one of us, to think about that piece of rock in the Caribbean Sea, the gem of the Caribbean. If others can see us as the gem of the Caribbean, why can't we see ourselves as the gem of the Caribbean? Why can't we? We must stand up for this piece of rock. We must continue speaking up for this piece of rock. Whether it be Wayne Lonesome, Wilfred Rattigan, Jeffrey Tavares, a Mystic Sensation, a Hot Topic, whosoever. Continue speaking for this piece of rock. The people of Sri Lanka rise up. When they had a family running Sri Lanka for many years, the people stand up and say enough is enough. When are we going to say enough is enough in Jamaica? When are we going to stand up and fight for that piece of rock? Because when we were born, we never born to see a PNP or a JLP. We born to see Jamaica land we love. When are we going to stand up and say no more of these Chinese treating us as if we're second-class citizens in our country? When are we going to stand up and say no to the Chinese domination of Jamaica? That we will stand up for this piece of rock? And we are not second-class citizens. We are Jamaicans.
Yeah.
We are Jamaicans. We are not second-class citizens in our country. We are Jamaicans, and the time has come for all of us to rally around a single cause and a single purpose. Stand up for Jamaica. No one else is going to stand up for us if we don't stand up for our country. We cannot let these people come into the country and treat us as if we are second-class citizens and allow our government to continue pushing them down our throat as if we are nothing. My fellow Jamaicans from all walks of life, stand up for this piece of rock. And I say to you all, from Negril Point to Moran Point, let your voice be heard. Let your voice be heard. We the people. In the American Constitution, you speak about we the people. It's not in our Jamaican Constitution, but we the people have the power in our hands. And the time has come for all of us to stand up for the gem of the Caribbean. Let our voice be heard. And when we're all gone, our children can say, yes, Samuel Rattigan Jr. can say, yes, my daddy stand up for my country. The time has come for all of us to really stand up for this piece of rock. May God bless you, and may God bless Jamaica land we love, Mr. President.
Well said, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Mr. Man in the Wilderness.
I'm here. All right. One of my friends just sent me something, right? I'm not concerned. Ratty, we have a concern about this. You remember we get a travel advisory, right? We have travel advisory, right? In the health system. Now you have a next tourist now have a meltdown. Yeah? Instead of them take her to the hospital, them take her to the lockup. Now my brethren has said the news today, TVJ News, said the body was taken from the hotel and detained at Negril police station. The body taken from the hotel and detained at Negril police station. Come on now. We should do better than this. You know, when you have people have meltdown and them things, you don't want to just carry them a police station like that. Hospital we are talking. I remember it is shine bad light on the country. The same country, you know. Come in as a tourist and sick. And you go here. I think, you know, you should have kept her to the hospital and, you know, put the restraining thing on her and try to take care of her. Yeah? Repatriate her back to her country or something. But, you know, carry her to police station, go lock her up, and she said she want to use bathroom and leave her with belt and all kind of things. This look bad. And it's bad. I'm going to talk to the commissioner, talk to the commander, them and the ground. We don't know what is the matter. Yeah? Yeah, but it's bad for Jamaica. Remember, we have had level 3 advice already, you know, from last year, you know. And that cut tourism in a half already, you know. And revenue gone down. So we want to do better than this. You hear me? All right, do better than this. Yes, yes, President.
Thank you so much, Wayne. Professor Nelson.
Once again, thanks to all those interesting people who are making some outstanding comments in the chat. Thanks to our guest tonight, and thanks to the panel, my fellow panel members. Now, I'm sitting here and I'm looking back at some of the key things that we never got to follow up on that Professor Clayton had discussed. One of them was when he said, with all the research that they have done, they found no correlation between poverty and high crime. In other words, what he's saying is nobody is stealing, or nobody is killing, or nobody is raping because of poverty, right? So that shows that there's a certain amount of discipline in poor areas, and that the crime is not necessarily emanating from those areas. The elites perceive themselves as being above the law. I don't know if you all can recall that I was speaking on a Reason with Rattigan to Dog Paul, father-in-law, and the goodly gentleman objected when I said that construction, which is a big money maker for the JLP and at times for the PNP, used to be Dudos and it used to be Dana Williams. Now the construction is being run by the Prime Minister's wife. So she's making money on behalf of her family and I assume for the party. All the areas that he was talking about where this cost overrun, the one that hit me the most when he said that, cost overrun is typically because they have to pay out monies that is kickback, that people are unknown people, unidentified people, have their hand in the cookie jar. And I thought about Cornwall Regional or Beryllium Regional, as the man in the wilderness would say, that the cost overrun went from 2 million, which might have been an honest assessment, to 22 million. If it's not an honest assessment, then there's your money for the elections next year. And they keep trying to tell us that, oh, without anybody auditing that is actually increase of raw material prices. So, folks, when you sit in that conference and you hear the man in charge and others, like the commissioner, speak, do they address these things? Are they talking about the facts as revealed by the government themselves, the facts as revealed in the media, the facts that are being researched by bloggers, researched by TVJ, CVM, and others, and being disclosed to you? Those facts are crucial to the survival of Jamaica. And if the numbers do not add up, you have to call them out. And right now, the Prime Minister's salary, his wife's salary, and the fact that there has been no loans taken out for building. How can you start a $22 million project and it becomes $800 million? You approve for 3 floors and you end up with 5. Well, I guess I'm going to leave that up to the KCMC to figure that one out and do something about it. But nobody should get a free ride based on the fact that they cannot file a proper return in 3 years. Folks, it's time for people to go to jail. People say, why you keep saying that? Because you have had 3 years. Yeah, you go in, you face the court, they present the case. The judge needs to send you to do some time, do some hard time, bust a few rocks, so you get the feel of what you put your own citizens through. You can't keep ripping off the country, ripping off the system, leave a trail of destruction behind you, destroying people's lives and their livelihoods. People can't make a decent living. They can't eat a decent meal. The kids go to school, they can't get a decent education. They come out, they can't read, they can't comprehend. All of the things that Professor Clayton brought up that demonstrates the effects of corruption on our society are the things we should be concerned with. Not the mumbo jumbo that they were talking about at the 10th biennial diaspora conference today. So folks, pay attention, take notes, ask the right questions, and make your voices be heard. And get ready to vote because change is needed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. And to our fearless leader, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan.
And you give me that title, it's going to stick, right? Let me just say thank you, a very, very heartfelt thank you to all of the panelists, the people who sacrifice to be here on a nightly basis to discuss the issues that are so important to our Jamaican brethren and sistren. This marks the end of the day 3, the conclusion of day 3 of the People's Conference, the conference that seeks to identify the issues and come up with solutions. We're not about products, services, or investments. No, we're about the health, the prosperity, the success of our people. Now, what did we learn today? By the way, tomorrow night, we're going to have, the topics will be health. You can't miss that. Health with Dr. Dawes. And we're going to have foreign affairs. We're going to discuss foreign affairs with Mr. Curtis Ward. Two eminent speakers, exceptionally qualified to deal with the topics for tomorrow. Now, what did we learn today? We learned that corruption is at the heart. I mean, this is actually it's reinforced because we know this. Corruption is at the heart of the impediments to the development of our country. It is and will remain unchecked. And here's what we learned tonight. Unchecked because powerful people are involved. They don't care about nobody else, just themselves. Powerful people, right? And we also learn that corruption cannot be fought and defeated from within Jamaica. It has to be done from outside. So then the question is, who's going to do it? If not us, then who? And if not now, when? It will be us, and the time is now. And that's what we've been doing. That's what Herb Nelson has spent sleepless nights just thinking about how to approach the lawmakers and raise the various statutes with them concerning the activities of Jamaican politicians and titans of industry, influential families. That's why you have a Wayne Lonesome who does endless research, who has his ears to the ground, who gets all the information he can and present it in a way where you can understand it. Even the most uneducated person in Jamaica can understand it. That's why you have a Jeffrey Tavares who raises the issue regarding the upper class and what they've been doing and how they've mistreated the poor people, and provide ways in which we can address those issues. That's why you have Mystic Sensation, the dynamic duo. You know, they go to the ends to dig up, research, collate, and present us with information that you cannot get in regular media. You won't get information that he's providing and that the rest of us are providing. That's why you have a Jamaican Carlos. That's why you have, so many people out there. And forgive me for forgetting some of the names of the people who are fighting for the cause of the Jamaican people. So it is us. We will have to do the fighting because the people in Jamaica sometimes they are unwilling or they're unable to put up a fight against the government. Sometimes for fear, sometimes for ignorance, they don't know what to say and how to present it. But we do. And we will continue that fight. Now, again, I want to stress the importance of ATI's people. Like I said, I'm looking at a document which I will reveal on Saturday, and you're going to be surprised when you see what the government is actually. In fact, this document, I think, is a confirmation as to why Minister Morgan was relieved of his duties. And you will see. But I'm going to do a tutorial so that we show you how to file ATIs, because Rattigan alone can't file all the ATIs, man. Not with so many supporters out there. When I get involved, the more the merrier. There is strength in numbers. And regarding reform, constitutional reform, it cannot be done until our people are fully aware of the document and its contents and its importance. And so, from an independent, objective position, from a non-partisan position, from where I stand, I extend my hand out to the opposition for not signing that document, because, folks, if they had signed off on that document, words can't express the pain that you would feel. If you think you not feel pain now, if you don't feel disenchanted by what's going on now, if that document had been signed, I'm telling you, tune into Lonesome and Jeffrey and Carlos and everybody else and listen to the programs that they've done regarding this document. Even I have done a program regarding this document, and we have shown the shortcomings of it. They have wasted this what Constitutional Reform Committee. They have wasted not government money. Government now have no money. It's taxpayers' money. They have wasted the money, and they've wasted time. How can you say you're going to educate the people and you do one parish in Surrey when you have the most populous parishes, Kingston and St. Andrew, and you ignore it completely? That's just unacceptable. So I want to say in closing, thanks again to all of you for tuning in. Please continue to tune in because this is about the people. It's your conference. It's our conference. It's a FIWI conference, this. And when you show up here, we know that you're really interested in learning and sharing your understanding of what's going on so that we can also learn. You're not coming because we pay you no money or we give you some free food. You're here because you're dedicated, you're interested, and you want what's best for Jamaica and Jamaicans. Forget about Brand Jamaica. When I say forget about it, Brand Jamaica is not a country. Brand Jamaica is a concept. We're not dealing with concepts now, we're dealing with people and their lives. So let me get off of my soapbox now and just say again for the third time, thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to all of you joining us tomorrow. And please tell your friend, tell your neighbors, tell your relatives. Thank you, President.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, one more time, thank you. I just want to commend all of you for the great work you're doing in your own space for the country. And when history is told, your hard work, the things you do, will outlive you. So don't be weary in well-doing. As the scripture said, you will reap what you sow if you faint not. It might be hard. You're getting a lot of opposition, you're getting a lot of criticism, and you're getting a lot of complaints. But you are fighters, and you will never quit. And I want to commend you guys for taking the fight to the people who are destroying Brand Jamaica, who are destroying our country, because it's our legacy. And we want our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be as proud of Jamaica as we are. And we don't want them to feel like they can't go back to the land of their ancestor, to the home country from which we hail. And we ourselves want to make sure that when we go to Jamaica, we feel good, we feel safe, and we're seeing Jamaica thriving. None of us don't want nothing from Jamaica. None of us don't want to take nothing from Jamaica. In fact, you have proven yourself that we have given so much. 1/3 of the economy plus billions of dollars in investment. You build wall for your house, you slab the roof, you join 2 room, you put a car up on the road, you buy animal, you do all of these things and invest in the infrastructure and invest in the country. Look at all of those houses that stack up on top of each other. It didn't happen primarily because people are in Jamaica working. It is people like you in the diaspora, like us in the diaspora, that have been doing that. I know these fly-by-nights want to write you out. Keep the fight up, gentlemen. Mystic, don't ease up. I know you're young, but keep the fight. Carlos, he's not here, but we tell him keep the fighting. Win, keep the fighting. I'm not tired. Well, I'm not tired. I don't look tired. And me tired. But guess what? We're not going to give up. We're going to keep it up. So we're going to close off in prayer. Eh?
Committed to the cause.
Committed to the cause. I don't sleep. I lick your herb. Committed to the cause. Herb, you need to sleep though. But because
we don't afraid of nobody.
That's right.
If anything happens, we'll be a bam bam.
All right.
It's gonna be a bam bam, Dr. Francis. So we're gonna say a word of prayer. I was here and I was like, we never open up in prayer, but we're gonna finish well. We're gonna finish strong because the national anthem is a prayer, guys. The national anthem is a prayer. It is a prayer. When we sing Eternal Father, bless our land, we're literally saying a prayer. And I would like for us to say a prayer. Remember, go over to the website ojldf.net and make a donation. We need we need your contribution. We need what you have. And someone was putting in the chat saying that they're challenging people, that everybody that come out Saturday for Reason with Rattigan from 3 o'clock till you say when, commit to give $10, at least $10. That was a challenge in the chat. I think it's a sensible, reasonable chat. And if we have 1,000 people giving $10, that will go a long way. And honestly, when you fight a big case, $10,000 is not a lot of money, because a lot of cases, a lot of investigation that go into play. You know, Herb, spend thousands of dollars paying people to deep dive, paying people to get information. And where's the money coming from? We need your help. We need your support. The Cash App QR code is up there in the upper right-hand corner. And if you want, I can sing a song and make you donate something. So,
listen, Mr. President, preachers can beg, and you're good at begging, so continue. Nobody sing a song. Just continue with the begging. All right, you're good on it. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful.
So I want to commend all of you, our patriotic viewers, for your love. Thank you. Oh, someone was saying too, let's get up the likes real quick. Can you just hit the thumbs up? They wanted to get to 800 likes. Please. We're at 770 right now. So if you could just click the little thumb, our 71 now. Yeah, see, somebody just clicked it a while ago. Can you please go ahead and just click the like? I'm not sure how much you guys are seeing, but I see 770.
How many people online right now, Mr. President?
We have 1,011 people right now, our devices.
If we get less than 1,011 likes, then some not like it. So nobody come back next time. Just do the like. Okay.
They're probably busy, man, and they are working and have it in them ears and them can't click it.
Them, man, but they know it already. Yes, sir.
Yes. So let's do the like, everybody. Go ahead. We hit the 800. Look at that. Booyah. You guys are amazing. See,
no, but we want 2011. What's wrong with it, Mr. President? We're not going to bed till 2011. So if you don't want me sleep tomorrow, you make sure me look next time it's 2011 or more.
All right. So for those who are falling asleep, let me pray, and we're gonna leave Dr. Francis to wait for that. That sound good, everybody? I think so. If we just show reverence to the Lord, Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus for tonight. Day 3 of the conference. There are so many things we talked about today. And Father, even as our professor came out to talk about some of the strategies that we're facing as it relates to corruption, as it relates to national security, we ask you that you will help us as we open up our mind and challenge ourselves how to approach country development and patriotic values and accountability and hold government to account. Father, I pray for the people who are serving this administration and even the opposition, that you will give them the wisdom, you will give them the desire, you will give them the mind to think about the people. And Father, we know that when the leaders are wicked, the people becomes wicked. And even as a presentation tonight was about people stealing electricity, people who are stealing water, people who believe it is justified to bridge electricity, it is justified to tap into the water main and just control and take these resources without paying for it, when 30% of the country is living theft and teaching and passing on that mindset to our children. We ourselves are playing a part in destroying the country. We ourselves are playing a part in creating a culture and a normalcy of theft and wrong. We are normalizing hypocrisy. And yet still we are talking about the politicians who are stealing, but we are thieves ourselves. We are the ones who are bridging the light. We are the ones who don't want to pay our fair share. We are the ones who don't want to pay taxes. We are the ones who are not doing the things the right way, but yet still we are very critical about others. Help us to first pick the beam out of our eyes before we pick it out of others. I pray, Father, that you will help us to become accountable to righteousness and truth before we are willing to speak out against others. I pray that we will do our part to be right. And even as we look at constitutional reform, and there are many who want to shut us up in the diaspora. There are many who have labeled us, who have branded us, who have caused others to see us as threat, who have caused others to think of us negatively. There are so many who have caused others to think of us as traitors and hypocrites, and that they are ashamed of us. There are so many who have caused others to even form opinions that they can't even justify. Help us to focus our mind on truth. Help us to focus our mind on what really matters. And without righteousness, without God, the people perish. Righteousness exalts a nation, and sin is a reproach unto any people. So I pray that we will get back to the basics. So tonight, as we close, we ask you for your divine protection. We ask you for your blessing upon Will. We ask you for your divine blessing upon Herb. We ask you for your divine blessing upon Francis. We ask you for your divine blessing upon Wayne, upon Jeffrey, upon Isat, upon everyone who partake and participate, and even me, Lord, and upon everyone who's here, and Mystic and his house, and all the vloggers and Carlos and everyone who plays a part in carrying this message. And we know that with you, you will bring the best possible outcome for Jamaica, because we're fighting for it. You will bring the best possible outcome. We pray that you will bless us tonight as we start another day tomorrow. Help us as we shift the focus and keep at it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, guys, have a blessed night, everyone, and thank you all for joining us. And to the team, you guys are rock star. Ratchet, I like those lights, man. Where you at? Look like you're there, Wonderland. Unmute it. Are you there, Wonderland?
No, some film around me. I look, you know, if it. Can get something right now.
Ratty, you're like a dog, man. You're going so Ratty.
Hear him. Food in the look already, you know. Hear him? In the look food.
Ratty, you're like a dog, man.
Where the bride, sir? Where the bride, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, man, but then I look up place, I go and chill out, you know.
Ratty.
Ratty.
All right. Ratty, now you hear me?
What?
Okay. Now say you're hungry like a dog, man. Well, you tell me this still, you know. My people package still, so I'm going to have to mash up my little thing around this, you know.
So we.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Bless him.
Cool. All right.
All right, Dr. Francis is going to be a bomb.